I do too. We need to get one of these to Tim. Pam was asking if we could get in one. And I'm like, yeah, just send me the mailing.
It is 8:30 in the morning Pacific time, 10:30 in the morning in the only time zone that matters.
Officially known as Central Time.
Absolutely. John Anderson here with me, Paul Lathrop. We are two of the guys that run, and photobombing us from the back, Charles Heller. And this is the team that's bringing you the tech, that's bringing you the broadcast for Gun Rights Policy Conference. The stage is not ready to, no.
These
This guy
two
and
are
that
bringing
guy.
you the broadcast. Every now and then, I'm clicking a button on a mouse.
The stage is not ready to go. However, if I do not start the feed, we lose the link for the feed. And so I definitely wanted to get the feed live. So if you, and there are people, we had 10 people waiting at 6 o'clock this morning for this to go live.
So cool.
I do not want to lose those people. So at the moment the link was able to be activated, I activated it. When the stage is ready to go, we'll go. I want to hand the mic back to Charles. You're going to be more than a photobomb. I'm going to hand the mic to you in a second. You've attended a whole lot of these things. This is the 38th, and you've attended more than 20, right? What's your impression? We've got Sunday to go, but what's your impression of the overall happening as of yesterday?
Well, the interaction, the quality of the interaction improves. It's hard to believe that it can, but the quality of the interaction improves with every conference because you've got people that have been gathering once a year for more than 20 years. I refer to this as our ballistic pilgrimage to Mecca. And what it is it's this sort of, this joining forces, when any two or more are gathered, there I am among you. And it's this sort of a mastermind, combination of a mastermind group and also a mass instruction type of thing in a positive direction, not a negative one. This is a mass instruction for liberty as opposed to a mass gathering for subversion of the human spirit. This is an uplifting of the human spirit. And as a result, what happens here is not only do you get some wonderful networking and have a lot of things been born out of this. For instance, the idea of using the gun world for suicide prevention was born in this conference. It's a wonderful idea because the other side uses statistics to beat us up, and we're using real life to keep people from killing themselves. And I think it's a magnificent opportunity for people to come to a gathering like this and be not only uplifted in terms of liberty, but also get a spiritual uplift from it.
I absolutely agree. And John, this is your very first Gun Rights Policy Conference.
This is my first.
You did come to AmCon a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That was when we were in the middle of the COVID shutdowns.
Right.
I want you to compare, if you would, and these are two entirely different animals.
Oh, yeah.
Compare AmCon to Gun Rights Policy Conference, at least what you've seen of it so far.
Wow, where do I start with that? AmCon is, I know that they coincide, usually, they're the same weekend, but it's a whole separate event.
Yes.
And an AmCon is for the folks like myself who have an online presence, who have some other way to reach the masses besides typical print media or traditional news media. And so if you use the internet, if you use some other alternative method to get your message out to the world, then AmCon is for you. It stands for Alternative Mass Media Conference. And the messages and the presentations yesterday at AmCon, or excuse me, Friday at AmCon, they were all geared around ways to either break into this option for somebody that has something to say, doesn't know where to start, has started maybe, but doesn't know how to grow their presence. AmCon is great for that, but the amount of knowledge in the room during AmCon, as far as reaching these people that aren't watching CNN or Fox News, reaching these people that aren't picking up a newspaper or reading Time or Newsweek, the knowledge to get out to the masses in the room was overwhelming. It's, the old analogy, it's like trying to drink from a fire hose, right? So then we step that over to GRPC, Gun Rights Policy Conference, for the last yesterday and half of today. And again, the amount of knowledge that's in this room with just fighting for, somebody said Friday, and I can't remember who said this, but they introduced themselves and say, I fight for your right, or I defend your rights to defend yourself and your family. The people in this room at this conference for well over 38 years, this is the 38th annual conference, but for well over 38 years, some of the people in this room have been defending our rights, yours and mine, to defend ourselves and our families. And the fact that this not only is still going, but it's growing. We're getting more people every year. We're bringing younger generations into the fold. We're hearing from young people. It's not just a room full of, old white guys. It's so amazing. It's so inspiring. And I'm glad to be part of it.
Well, and you haven't experienced this yet, but this yesterday, Saturday, was all about national level. Yesterday was about the big fight for our rights. Today is my favorite day. Today is the state and the local people, or who you're going to be seeing on camera. These are my people. These are my friends.
Some of them literally are my people. We're going to hear from my state's group. I'm a board member as well for Nebraska Firearms Owners Association. And a little bit later, we're going to hear from our president, Trish Harold, who's going to talk about our success. Nebraska became the 27th state with permitless carry. Took effect, actually, the second day of this month, September 2nd. So stay tuned and look for Trish's presentation. I am entirely stoked, proud to have been part of that process.
We're going to be getting some mic tests. The stage is getting ready to go live. We're going to dump out of here. You're going to be seeing some of the stuff going on. Hang on, everybody. We will be getting speakers starting very shortly. Thanks for tuning in early, and we'll see you throughout the day.
Share the links, please.
Yes, share the links. Go ahead and take us up.
Is this a hot mic? Hello? Okay, good morning. If I could get somebody to hand out some And if you are willing to come forward in the room so we can have more of an audience. Okay, and there is a water up here on the top. Don't drink it. I don't know whose it is. Okay. Okay, everybody who can, get a flag. If we don't have enough, somebody will go outside and we'll get some more. We're not off time yet.
Are we not officially started yet?
Don't worry, doctors. I'll have it together. All right. Everybody has a flag, or as many have them as possible. Everybody stand, please. And we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance Thank you very much. There should be a clock on here for me, but okay. My name is, you can take off I'm missing the S and the N on my name. Or on Second Amendment. Oh, no, it's all there. Okay. My name is Julianne Versnell. I'm the former Director of Operations for the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms in the Second Amendment Foundation. I am now the Madam Chair of the Image Committee of the World Forum on Shooting Activities. I am the first woman in its history to serve in one of the managing positions. I'm very, very honored about that. For me, Sunday is a very, very special day, and if you look at the agenda, you people who are in this room and the people who are going to speak are really at the heart of what we do, and the reason that we do this. The lawyers are critical. But without all of you guys, without all the state organizations, there are no plaintiffs. You guys are everything, are absolutely everything. And I just can't tell you how much it means to me. But I'm going to ask Dr. Young and Dr. Dean to come onto the stage. I want them to understand that in honor of my last year at GRPC, I am trusting them. I have no charm bracelets at all. So you are... No shaking, shaking. No shaking, shaking. I don't have to be shaking my boots. No, no. So gentlemen.
So my name is Johnny Dean. I'm a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. We're with Doctors for Responsible Gun Ownership. It's a Second Amendment Foundation organization, very much like JPFO is. Okay? What I'm going to talk about today is why guns are not a public health issue. Okay, what is public health? The CDC defines it as the science of protecting and improving the health of people and their communities. This work is achieved by promoting healthy lifestyles, researching disease and injury prevention, and detecting, preventing, and responding to infectious diseases. Overall, public health is concerned with protecting the health of an entire population. That's a pretty worthy endeavor, okay? I think that's a reasonable thing to do. However, the public health push for banning guns goes back to the late 1980s at least. In a 1989 issue of the Journal of American Medical Association, Centers for Disease Control official Patrick O'Carroll, MD, stated, "We're going to systematically build a case that owning firearms causes deaths. We're going to do the most we can do given the political realities." Dr. Catherine Christoffel stated, "Guns are a virus that must be eradicated. Data on assault weapons risk are not needed because they have no redeeming social value." That was Jerome Cassier, former editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. And "I hate guns, and I cannot imagine why anyone would want to own one. If I had my way, guns for sport would be registered and the other guns would be banned." And that's the Assistant Dean, Dr. Deborah Prothow Stith, the Harvard School of Public Health. Okay, this is what we're up against. All right. Now, in response to that and others, Doctors William Waters, Timothy Wheeler, Miguel Faria, plus criminologist Don Cates in 1996 testified before the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education. They testified about the misrepresentation of data, skewed study populations, inappropriate research models for the subject under study, and arrival to preordained conclusions, all evident in the immensely shoddy gun control research conducted by the CDC and CIPC, Centers for Disease Control, National Center for Injury Prevention and Control. The panel was also informed about how the NCIPC researchers breached acceptable scientific practice by refusing to release to other researchers their publicly funded data for further critical analysis. The CDC and IPC members also used taxpayer money to promote activities to limit the Second Amendment at academic meetings. Their testimony resulted in the Dickey Amendment, which defunded biased anti-gun advocacy research. So, and this is part of the start of the DRGO. DRGO founder Dr. Timothy Wheeler stated, "These medical researchers insist that what they call gun violence is a public health problem. They prefer the term gun violence is revealing of their mindset in approaching the problem because it puts the emphasis on guns and not on the humans who misuse them. This misleading public health terminology, enthusiastically repeated by fellow gun control advocates in the mainstream media, ignores the fact that almost none of America's then 80 to 100 million gun owners have had no role whatsoever in the misuse of guns. Normative gun ownership is foreign to most mainstream media personalities and to public health anti-gun rights advocates. They fear guns and gun owners. They have no intent in learning about them or respecting their views. These prejudices and fears drive the campaign to bring out more regulation to American gun owners. We saw the failure of the public health community during the recent COVID pandemic. 10 days to stop the spread, first no masks, then 2 masks, then 3 masks. You get the idea. Vaccines that don't stop transmission of the virus and can cause myocarditis and sudden deaths in young people. No trials of hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. You have to follow the money. Emergency use authorization is only permitted if there's no alternative standard treatment. Billions of dollars of federal monies were at stake, mostly to the vaccine guys, by the way. Gun banners claim that the gun industry is the only one that can't be sued, and of course we know that's wrong. However, the vaccine industry truly cannot be sued. Criminologists and economists have been studying violence and its consequences for decades and have a much better understanding than the public health community. They have published a large volume of literature that puts the rest of the premises of the public health, puts to rest, I should say, the premises of the public health establishment. Public health looks at guns as carriers of disease rather than the criminals who commit violent acts or the mental illnesses that lead to suicide. There are 2 state-funded violence research centers at UC Davis in Sacramento and at Rutgers University in New Jersey. And there's also the Bloomberg School of Public Health in Baltimore. These institutions are funded by anti-gun interests. Their solutions to gun violence boil down to the wish list of the disarmament industry. Red flag laws, large capacity magazine bans, assault weapons bans, universal background checks, ghost gun bans, restricting gun purchases to those over 21, purchase permits, void card, you get the idea. These laws only affect law-abiding gun owners. Recently, New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham put out an emergency public health order banning firearms carry except for law enforcement and security officers in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County because of a road rage incident that killed an 11-year-old and a drive-by shooting that killed a 5-year-old child. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres refused to defend her order. In a letter to the governor, he stated that her order distorted the meaning of the Public Health Emergency Response Act. Simply rebranding gun violence as a public health emergency will not satisfy the heightened judicial standards for justifying the blanket prohibition against any citizen, regardless of criminal conduct or intent, from carrying a firearm for personal protection. As the former Bernalillo County District Attorney, I agree with your assessment that responsible gun owners are certainly not our problem and have never been our problem. Given that only responsible gun owners are likely to abide, much less recognize your ban, it is unclear how this action will lead to measurable decline in gun violence in our communities. Moreover, considering the extraordinary resistance that many citizens had to certain public health restrictions during the recent COVID pandemic, I believe it is unwise to stretch the definition of a public health emergency to encompass something that is fundamentally a public safety issue. The Attorney General has summarized the argument against the public health approach to gun violence better than I ever could. And in closing, I have to quote Alan Gottlieb, our fearless leader. Nobody ever got COVID from a gun. Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, no, I will not wander. I see my future in the eye of Big Brother right in front of me. Okay. Julianne, how do I get this in?
You got a precedent.
Oh, just keep pushing? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm Robert Young. I'm the editor for DRGO. And I wanted to mention that our project director, Arthur Shabinda, who recently freed himself from the state of California and moved into the free state of Texas. We're very pleased for him. We have Sean Brodale here with us. He is our outreach director. Sean, please stand up. He's short, so he has to stand up. Thank you, Sean. All right. And absolutely, Julianne, Alan, everyone here, this is just the most fabulous meeting of the year on any subject in my entire life. And that's true for everyone here. I know that. John has just talked about the misfeasance of much of public health actors in this country, particularly as regards our subject. I probably should note, DRGO is not anti-vaccine per se. What we are is pro whatever works. And we're anti anything that's not well substantiated. However, sometimes things are, and I'm here to tell you about a recent bit of research done by one of our members in New York State that I think really clarifies the issues around the effects of gun prohibition and confiscation laws. This is not about a red flag law, but it's very similar, and it applies to that too. Sandra Richardson, a nurse, some months ago got very stressed out by her job of 14 years in New York's Department of Health. I admire her for being able to stick to that for so long. She went to an ER. She asked for some help. They said, yeah, sure, you're not dangerous, and here's a referral. And she went home 2 hours later. And she followed up. She went to counseling. She started feeling better. I think that's the point at which she decided she'd better retire, and she did. But 3 weeks after her visit, a New York State trooper showed up at her door and said, I'm very sorry, ma'am, but I have to take your guns. Now, this started with the New York SAFE Act in 2013, when all health facilities and health professionals like me, I'm a psychiatrist, so I've been dealing with this all my life. But as someone described very well yesterday, there's always a way to deal with this. There's no reason to be arbitrary about it. Sandra is not a wilting flower. She went immediately, got a good lawyer, went to a judge in the proper jurisdiction, presented the evidence, and he immediately voided this prohibition for her to this confiscation. They returned it. The point was, anyone in New York State, in addition to the fact of the NICS prohibition for committed involuntary treatment, any health facility and professional has to report someone who has appeared before them in that condition. What has happened since the beginning of this is every health facility in New York, quaking in their boots at being sanctioned by the state, has reported everybody who was presented for any reason, including the vast majority of voluntary presentations for help. It's absolutely illegal. Our friend Paloma Capana tried to fight this for us, ran into a brick wall, has had to give that up. It's just another example of New York. So that's how she got caught. She didn't stop there. Her master's degree is in epidemiology. That was her work in the New York State Department of Health, where these reports end up. And she decided, I'm going to take this down to the extent I can. Now, we already know that about 9% of people with severe, serious mental illness problems already avoid treatment because of the fear of confiscation of their guns nationwide. We know that much. What we don't know exactly is how that applies to particular populations, the numbers of people in various jurisdictions and stuff like that. Well, she was uniquely suited to find this out. And she did, both in a combination of public information and by doing FOIA requests, which, again, I don't know what it is with her, but she got them replied to very, very rapidly. I am awed by her. Here's the upshot of it. This is good research. You'll find it listed on our front page of our homepage, drgo.us, as a legal barrier to mental health care in New York State. I summarized her entire paper, which is referenced. She's shopping it around for publication. You can bet she's not going to get a good reception from the standard public health journals. But here's the final word on it. In New York State, we have 19 million people, and well over 1 million people who need and seek treatment for mental health problems every year. Some 200,000 avoid wanting to do that because of the New York SAFE Act. I mean, and these are people who don't even know that it's going to be abused to start with. And 63,000 people in New York who have severe mental illnesses with suicidality or homicidality avoid treatment. Well, you know, the Buffalo shooter is a good example of that, I would say. Now, he had a lot of other cultural antagonistic beliefs, but I think he fits this. So now, no one knows exactly who is who, but 63,000 people with serious ideas about hurting themselves or someone else avoiding treatment because of a law that will confiscate their gun for extraordinarily arbitrary, usually meaningless, pointless reasons. That is a public health crisis. And aside from the lack of due process, the fact that these orders are unconstitutional on their face, we are suffering as a society now with the harm that these people are doing that could be prevented, because it's not the people with mental illnesses we should be afraid of. It's the ones who don't get help. Thank you all very much.
I want to take 90 seconds and explain what we have going on here. GRPC has had quote-unquote themed panels for a long time. And I looked at it and I said, well, you know, like women and guns. Okay, we've done that, you know, like we've done that for years and years and years and years, and I wish there were more of us in the room, but so be it. Which is why I'm honored to be called Madam Chair. But I decided to go alphabetically with this, totally alphabetically with speakers that I wanted to have speak. And I said, there are people who have, they're different, but then the one thing that all comes together at the end is the Second Amendment. And I think everybody thought I was nuts when I said, you're together. You have 15 minutes. Come up with a title. If you look at the titles on the back of these, for the two people panels, they're amazing, and they tell a whole different story. So I've moved things back so you guys can be here, be there, interchange, however it works for you. I hope you enjoy this as much as I think you will.
Please take the mics on the table. Hold them up so we can see the colors.
Blue and a green.
Good morning, everybody. So before I get started, it's been a long weekend, and you guys are still here. You're like the diehards. So give yourselves a round of applause, please. We've had a lot of distinguished guests this weekend, and now they gave some Italian guy from New York a microphone, so you guys are in a lot of trouble. My name is Mike, and I am the host of the Gun Experiment podcast out of New York. If you've never listened to our show, you should give it a shot. It was recently named one of the best podcasts in America. I want to thank my mom for that. It was very kind of her. I mean, your mom is supposed to really support your work. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm actually a little mad. She said one of the best. That means she thinks that Tom Gresham and Joe Rogan are better than me. I'm a little upset. Anyway, if you know anything about New Yorkers, you know that we run kind of fast and loose with the English language. And if you don't know any New Yorkers, let me explain what I mean by that. We say a lot of things like, "yous guys," and we start our morning off with a cup of coffee. We combine words like Long Island is just Long Island. And then, of course, there's my cousin Marie from Brooklyn. She likes to cook with Earl. And you're probably a little confused by that, but Earl isn't who she cooks with, it's what she cooks with. Puts a little Earl in the pan, and she fries it up. So a few weeks back, I received a call from the Second Amendment Foundation. By the way, round of applause. Thank you, Second Amendment Foundation, for this weekend. And Julianne tells me that I'm going to be sharing the stage with Nikki, a transgender female from California. And the first thing I say is, oh, shit. I'm gonna screw this pronoun thing up real friggin' bad. I mean, shit, I went to public school. I didn't even know what a friggin' pronoun was for half my life. I thought a pronoun was a noun that did a good job. But then I said, you know what, let me reach out to Nikki. So I called Nikki on the phone, and literally within 5 minutes, I was like, whoa, this is so cool. She put my mind at ease, and Nikki said, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the pronouns. There's only one pronoun that we're going to worry about on the day that we speak. Nikki, why don't you tell us what that is and take it from here?
Okay. The pronoun that I want us to all use is we. Because we have more that unites us than divides us, right? Regardless of where we stand across the cultural, economic, political, and social spectrum, there's far more that unites us than divides us. Would you agree? Now, we're here for the Second Amendment, but let's be clear here. The Second Amendment is the only reason why we still have any freedoms. Any of you have friends in other what were once free countries like Canada, New Zealand, Australia? Anybody? Just show of hands. Now, I talked with some people, and I looked online, and they went totally draconian police state. George Orwell's nightmares on steroids. Nightmares on steroids, right, in other countries? And I believe that it didn't happen here because we still had our guns, right? Okay, so I want to make something very clear here. Okay, most of us will just want to live our lives. We're going to get along. Leave our money alone, leave our business alone, leave our families alone, and leave our children alone. Now, I reject this gender ideology. It's not stunning and brave. It's stupid and divisive, and it's destroying our country. You know, Hillary Clinton says it takes a village to raise children. Well, you know what? I disagree with her. It takes parents to raise children. Strong families raise strong individuals. The only thing that villages do is raise useful idiots. And with that, back to you, Mike.
All right, guys, so by a show of hands, how many of you would consider yourselves from a pro-gun state? God damn, you're making me jealous. Now, by a show of hands, how many of you would consider yourselves from an anti-gun state, like mine? Yeah, I feel your pain. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm from New York, and if you ever get a chance to listen to our podcast, you'll hear me and my co-host, Big Keith, who's actually out there today, wax poetic about the latest draconian laws coming out of New York. And I often think to myself, why is this happening to me? How is this going to affect me? Or what will happen to me if I accidentally don't abide by this simple, easy to follow, 50-page piece of legislation drawn up by lawyers? And then there's my friends from out of state, from pro-gun states, like all of those who raise their hand. And we tell them about the struggles that we're having here in New York, and they'll often say, that sucks. I'm just glad it won't affect me. Well, I'm here to tell you that we all need to stop thinking in terms of me and start thinking in terms of we. Behind me is a banner with an image of the Statue of Liberty draped. More than 12 million immigrants witnessed her glory as they passed through New York Harbor on their path to freedom. So as I stand here today with you, it is not lost on me that our road to liberty as gun owners has also once again passed through New York. My home state, New York, brought a major victory in Bruin that all of us are now benefiting from. Can you imagine if we had said New York is a lost cause and not worth fighting for? This is proof that we win when we all put we over me. States like California, New York, Illinois, and so many more have have governing bodies that want nothing more than to kill our gun culture in all of those states. They want those of you from free states to give up on us. Then, when they have killed our culture, our spirit, and lastly, our freedom, they will put their sights on you. If they had their way, they would have no pro-Second Amendment events in their states. We need people from the firearms industry and the Second Amendment community to come to our states. Bring your events, bring conventions, bring training courses, because we need to send a message loud and clear that we will not be deterred from having a rich, firearms culture in all 50 states. Nikki, I know that you have seen very similar phenomena in California where we over me has been successful. Could you share that with us?
Okay. So, being trans, I have my let's say my footprint is in a lot of places across the whole spectrum. So I want to tell a story of two different events, one happening with the gay community and one happening with the firearms community. In California, we have these things called propositions. Anybody hear about Proposition 8, ban on gay marriage in California? Okay, one hand here. How about Proposition 63, draconian gun control laws, California? Okay, so let me give you a quick rundown. Prop 8 passes in California, and I get on a Tuesday, I get a little email, shows up from a local gay center in San Jose. I figure, they say they're having a meeting on Sunday. So I figure I just kind of walk down, see how things are going. 300 people showed up and had an impromptu march through San Jose. Later I look on the news and I see massive marches and protests all over the state, San Francisco, Los Angeles, tens of thousands of people. What was followed up with was what I described as scorched earth against those who funded and promoted Prop 8. Now, regardless about how you feel about gay marriage, the point is the gay community came together, they regrouped, and they went on full-on attack. Now, conversely, let's compare this with the firearms community. Prop 63 winds up on the ballot. It gets voted on a Tuesday. And for the most part, except for a few of us diehards, nothing. Most firearms owners were missing in action. Now, why do I say this? Because the gay community is politically active. They've got close to 100% voter registration, 80% plus vote in primaries, in general elections. When it comes to being involved, 30% plus donate their time, talent, and energy. So even though they are a small, 10 million people in the country, they punch way above their weight. What do we have in the firearms community? What percentage are actually registered to vote? About half of us aren't registered to vote. What percentage of firearms owners actually get involved? Less than 1%. So even though we are 10 times the size, there's 100 million plus gun owners. And by the way, this is more than our guns. This is our freedom. Okay, apathy and indifference is what is killing us because too many on our side are forfeiting the fight. But I want to leave you with this. What do you think would happen if 10% of firearms owners acted like gay rights activists? At 10%, we would be able to raise over $1 billion a year to fight anti-gun laws. We'd probably have at least 200 million plus volunteer man hours. Gun control will be gone if we had a 10% effort from our community. So will you be part of that 10%? And I'm going to let Mike get a close here.
So earlier on, I started by mentioning my trepidation about being on stage with Nikki, mostly for the fear of screwing up pronouns. If I'm being honest, that was not just a creative way to introduce our topic. When I was told that I would be working with Nikki, I was actually genuinely a bit concerned, and that's me being very open and honest. After all, social media, mainstream media, tells us that we can't share a stage. We can't have a conversation. But within 5 minutes of talking to Nikki, I learned that despite our differences, we agree on a whole host of issues and have actual common concerns. If Nikki and I can find common ground on life's issues, can't all of us as gun owners find common ground on gun rights issues? Anti-gun politicians and gun control activists are uniting, and they're getting stronger day by day. While we sit there on the internet and argue over what's better, 9mm versus 45. If you leave this weekend's conference and remember nothing else, remember this. We prevail on the attack against our rights when all of us realize that we are stronger when we think about the fact that it's not about me, it's about we. Thank you.
Okay. And in closing, I just want to leave you with an analogy. As firearms owners, we're rugged individuals. We're like herds of cats, right? And the other side, they're collectivists. They're like dumb cow herds, right? Problem is, though, cows stomp on cats, right? And the rest of the cats just watch. You go, meow, meow. So I'd like to propose an involvement. I want all of us to come together, to pool our gifts, skills, and talents. And we will evolve from being little cats to being ferocious lions. Are there any lions in here? Roar! Roar! And you know what lions do to cows? Lions get together, they say, there's a cow, that cow is prime rib, lunch, let's feast. Remember, it's not me, it's we. A team. Together, everybody achieves more. Let's take back our gun rights, let's take back all of our rights, and let's restore the Republic! Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Mike. Mike. You guys, see? Hello? Blue? Blue. Okay. You have a choice of sitting, standing, however you would like to do that. Excuse me. There was some confusion about the title of this panel. You'll get your time, don't worry. The Beehive, Evergreen, and Bay States. It's not all honey, spruce trees, and smooth sailing. Seems so much better than Utah, Washington, and Massachusetts. So I had some little fun, and I hope that you excuse me, all enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Julianne. I'm Clark Aposhin. I chair the Utah Shooting Sports Council. And I wanted to start off, I don't have a lot of time, so I've got to give a lot of time to the heavy hitters behind me, too. And, but I wanted to start off with either a joke or something really good, so I'm going to do both. Senator Mitt Romney will not be seeking re-election. All right. So, Aposhin, my last name is Armenian. My Armenian name is Vahagan. It actually is our pagan god of war and weapons. So somehow it was foretold that I would do what I would do. Anyway, I'm going to tell you about the good news, the good laws, rather. I'm going to tell you about the good laws in Utah. I'm going to tell you about some of the bad laws we don't have and what we're planning on next session. So I'm going to hustle with this thing. So, and I don't do this to boast. I do this, I am proud of my adopted state of Utah, but to offer ideas and to promise help to your groups on the ways that, that we might make it happen in your states. So first off, what we have. We're a sanctuary state, many sanctuary counties. We have permitless carry. There's only 2 private places whose signs have the weight of law, and that's churches and homes. Stand your ground laws include that the prosecutor cannot taint the jury by even bringing up that you chose to stand your ground rather than retreat in self-defense. Also in self-defense cases, you are entitled to a justification hearing to see if there's even going to be a trial. There, the prosecution must show by at least a clear and convincing evidence standard that you are guilty of the crime. If they fail, there is no trial. Force and defensive habitation. In a residential setting, any person who illegally enters or even attempts to enter is presumed to be there to harm you, and you may act accordingly. That means that you do not have to, that they don't have to even enter, just be attempting to. No requirements to retreat on your part, and you are protected from both criminal and civil liability in these cases. Secured areas, the only state, city, county places that are allowed to ban guns are the secured areas of jails, law enforcement facilities, courts, mental institutions, and the airports. And these must have signage. They cannot ban from parking lots, lobby, reception areas, or common areas, and only accepted by the airports, they all must provide a safe place for you to store your firearm. We can make our own suppressors without requirement to serialize them. Free concealed carry permits for school employees and those with protective orders on their behalf. All NFA firearms are good, and no restrictions on concealing short-barreled rifles, shotguns, or AOWs. We have a state legislative preemption on all gun laws. CCW permit information is protected. We have our own version of the State Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act, and the state is prohibited from doing business with any entity or bank that has restrictions on firearms or manufacturers, dealers, etc. Further, I think it's interesting to note that in our beautiful Capitol Rotunda, every mural in that rotunda has a pioneer holding a firearm. Every year, our state legislature convenes on or about John M. Browning's birthday. And, oh, wait till you hear this one. In 2010, Utah was the first state to designate a state firearm. And to honor John M. Browning, it is, of course, a 1911. And we did that on the 100-year anniversary. What we don't have semi-auto bans, magazine capacity restrictions, waiting periods, restrictions on the number of firearms purchased at a time, obviously no registration, no ammunition restrictions, red flag laws, restrictions on private transfers or third-party self-defense. No restriction on permit holders carrying in schools or universities, and the districts and administration therein are not allowed to find out who might be carrying, and as such, and 18-year-olds can carry in universities in Utah. There is no requirement to notify when stopped by law enforcement, no restrictions on having a loaded firearm for self-defense in your vehicle while hunting. Here's what we're planning on doing. And big thanks to Terry Thompson of Oklahoma. We're going to recommend an affirmative ban on red flag laws this next session. We will continue to push against environmental social governance and banks and credit card companies that discriminate against firearm and related purchases, dealers and manufacturers. We'll be writing legislation to restrict all landlords from imposing in their lease contracts bans on otherwise lawfully owned, possessed, and used firearms, ammunition, and knives. There's only 2 states in the nation that have that right now. Taking after a Montana law, we're going to propose legislation that requires federal agents to get permission from the sheriff's office before making an arrest or conducting a search. And we'll be proposing an addition to our PLCAA law that affects advertising as protected as well. What this means is Utah is one of the most, if not the most permissive states on gun laws in this nation. We proudly display an F rating from the Hand-Wringing Bedwetter Association. Why? Why are we proud of it? Because we also have the 7th lowest homicide rate in the nation per capita. And it's interesting to note that those 7 states that the lowest homicide rate, 6 of them are permitless carry states. And of the 7 highest, only 1 of the 7 highest homicide rates is a permitless carry. We'll take that F rating any day. Thank you.
I am State Senator Phil Fortunato from the 31st Legislative District in the state of Washington, or as we otherwise now call ourselves, California North. So we went from being a inconvenient state for firearm owners, just basically hassling the crap out of us, 10-day waiting periods and all that stuff, to now being basically California North with this last legislative session. But I'm not really going to talk about all the laws that we passed, because just the reference to California will let you know where we are. But we need to be standing up for our issues. So when I get invited to speak at a downtown Seattle anti-gun rally on one of the panels, of course I went with my AR-15 tie clip. So I get in there, and the first half hour of this presentation was this Congresswoman Jayapal, who's like this nutcase from downtown Seattle, talking about impeaching Trump and banning ARs and all that stuff. So now, the second half of the thing is the introduction of the panel. And one of the young people on the panel was this 16-year-old girl that they were lauding over because she staged a walkout because of gun control. And I said, and oh, she was so wonderful, so enlightened and all that stuff. I said, and I wanted to say, 16-year-olds are eating Tide Pods, for goodness sakes, right? I mean, the kid walked out of school. The kid should be suspended. So it gets to me, and, introduce ourselves. And I look across the crowd. There's about 100 people in the room. And I looked across the room, and I said, I'm not so sure this is a pro-gun, pro-Trump group here. And so I said to them, as we're going through this stuff, I said, if someone was to walk into this room right now, you have 1 minute to determine if that person is a threat. And you have 1 minute to determine that person's a threat and do something to stop that threat. That's how long you have. From the time that guy at the school fired the first shot to the last shot was 3 minutes. So if calling 911 is your response to a school shooting, everybody in this room is willing to have 10, 20, or 30 children die before the police get there. And they all put their arms up, oh, you're calling us murderers. I go, welcome to the NRA. So, January 6th happened and all that stuff, and in our state, 6 people went on the governor's lawn, and the governor freaked out, and he closed the campus off and fenced the whole thing off and blocked people from coming onto the campus. And the newspaper or the TV people call me up, and they go, are you worried about your safety? I said, well, no. And they go, well, are you armed? I go, why would you ask me that? Well, in case there's a Trump rally. I said, well, first of all, even if I was armed, I wouldn't tell you. But I will tell you this. If there's an Antifa rally, I always carry an extra magazine. So the lieutenant governor banned guns in the gallery. Now, the previous lieutenant governor banned long guns, which under the rules where you can't bring props. I said, that's a reasonable thing. But then the second lieutenant governor banned concealed carry. So they banned concealed carry, and of course the newspapers are asking me what I think about it. I go, well, unconstitutional, this and that. And I said, but he banned guns in the gallery, but he didn't ban guns on the Senate floor, so if anything happens, I could shoot back. So when they talked about raising the age to buy a gun from 18 to 21, I said, if you're too stupid to vote, you're too stupid to buy a gun, you're too stupid to vote. So if you want to raise the voting age to 21, hey, I'm all there. I go, but you're making all these arguments about you can't buy a gun, well, then you're too stupid to vote. And they wanted to ban open carry on the Capitol campus, and I said, we don't need this. We don't need this law. All you need to do is designate the Capitol campus as an insane asylum, and you can't carry a gun in an insane asylum. So, one of the Democrats said to me, "Why would anybody want to buy 1,000 rounds of ammo?" Now, why would anybody want to buy 1,000 rounds of ammo? Because it's on sale. And I go. So they talked about the bump stock ban and shooting 5 rounds a second, and I said, I paid $200 to modify my trigger so I could shoot 5 rounds a second, And so I'll leave you with this. I had 13 amendments onto the magazine ban. And there was one of them I said, if you vote for this amendment, I will vote for this bill. It's a very simple amendment. I will vote to limit magazines if you're a criminal. So we just changed it to it only applies to criminals. That's the people that you're worried about. Why put law-abiding citizens at a disadvantage to criminals who are going to ignore the law anyway? I mean, that's how idiotic we're up against. And thank you guys for being here. And I want to thank Alan Gottlieb Who would have thought that a little short guy with a bow tie could pull off this stuff? I mean, this is an absolutely amazing Second Amendment Foundation, which I am a proud member, and I probably have to pay my dues now that I said that. So, but thank you all, and if you come to Washington State, give me a ring. Thank you. God bless.
Clark, you gave me a little bit of a flashback, because 20 years ago in Massachusetts, it was Governor Romney will not be seeking re-election. So my name is Mike Harris. I'm the Director of Public Policy for Gun Owners Action League up in Massachusetts. We are, just to give you a little history on us, we are the oldest and largest Second Amendment civil rights organization in Massachusetts. Our small staff of 5 is determined to educate and advocate on behalf of every responsible gun owner in Massachusetts, and make sure our history as the cradle of liberty does not stay history. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. It's kind of humbling to stand up here as kind of a newbie in a spot where some of the intellectual giants of our industry and cause have stood for the last 19 or so years. And I want to share a little story of hope and of small victories. So in February of this year, the Speaker of the Massachusetts House of Representatives assigned the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Mike Day, to a top-down review of the Commonwealth's gun laws. As foreboding as that sounds, it was probably worse. The House then embarked on a 4-month-long listening tour where it was clear that while all folks got a chance to speak, only certain groups were being listened to. But Gold took an active role in the process, making sure that our voices were heard on the panels, the audience, and maintaining a steady, honest contact with Rep. Day's office. But following that listening tour, information began to trickle out from the good representative's office about what his true intentions probably were, including speeches to Moms Demand Action and a photo of him hanging out with Gabby Giffords in his office in Boston. They flew her out. Then only 2 weeks after the 12-stop listening tour was over, our worst fears were confirmed in June when we got House Docket 4420, likely the worst and most comprehensive gun control bill in the country's history. A temper tantrum from the gun grabbers who seemed to realize with horror that the Bruen decision was going to apply to them as well. The 140-page bill reads like a gun controller's wish list, containing outrageous provisions like sensitive places expansion, so-called ghost gun bans that would punish LTC holders for simply owning a 3D printer, live fire training mandates, a single-feature assault-style firearms test, which is cool, and as well as a sizable increase in the enumerated banned weapons, and even a provision that would require all magazines and feeding devices. This is tube magazines, box magazines, everything, to be registered and serialized. They actually use the word registry in the bill. It's insane. Speaker Mariano then pledged to get the bill through the House by the end of July, and with hypermajorities in both legislative houses, it seemed like it was a done deal. So we got to work. We did a deep dive into the bill, exposing it for what it was, petty despots kicking and screaming in fear. And because of our efforts and some help from SAF, FPC, GOA, the NRA, all those letters, we were able to get the word out on not only to our 20,000 members, but the rest of our 600,000 registered gun owners in Massachusetts as well. Or I should say licensed gun owners, sorry. We made sure they were informed, engaged, and ready for the fight ahead. And they delivered. Due to the calls, emails, letters, visits, social media posts, and all-around pressure from the Massachusetts Second Amendment community, for the first time in decades, the Speaker of the Massachusetts House of Representatives was stopped cold in his tracks. Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to mention that in a minute, but yeah. The bill never even made it to committee, and the Senate and the House are still disagreeing about where it's going to end up. And even though this is a victory, the fight's not over. The Senate is now drafting their own omnibus bill, which we don't know what it's even going to look like yet. And we are keeping up the pressure on the legislature to make sure that they know that we value our liberty and our civil rights. And on Wednesday, September 27th, we're holding a rally on Boston Common and marching up to the State House to make our voices heard. And SAF's very own Adam Kraut is going to be speaking. So that'll be pretty cool. He's got a long week of flights ahead of him, the poor guy. But this shows that states like Massachusetts are panicking, and that's a good thing. We made the beast bleed and showed everyone that even in a place like Massachusetts, we can pull out a win, even a small one. So 250 years ago, it was private gun owners in Massachusetts who fired the first shots to throw off the yoke of the largest military empire the world had ever seen. This year, it will be the private gun owners of Massachusetts that can turn our Commonwealth back from a test balloon of tyranny into a bellwether for liberty. If we can beat this bill here, the gun control movement is done in this country. It's not even close. So thank you very much for having me.
Okay, the next group is coming, and does anybody have a charm bracelet out there I can borrow? Please. The next group, the panel is entitled, What is Happening in the Garden State, Empire of the South, and Cornhusker State? So we have Therese Inacker, John Monroe, and Patricia Harold. So when you come up here, know that I am sitting on the side, trying not to be in the view, but if you see a little yellow here, consider that a charm bracelet. So your time is up. So, Mr. Monroe? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm John Monroe. I'm the Vice President and Legal Counsel for Georgia Second Amendment, which used to be called Georgia Carry. We started in 2006. At that time, in order to carry at all in Georgia, you had to have a license. Whether you carried openly or concealed, you had to have a license. And even if you got a license, which wasn't particularly hard to get, it was virtually impossible to carry because there's so many places off limits. And in all the places that were off limits, you weren't allowed to carry even to that event or to store a gun in your car in the parking lot of that place. So you couldn't go to restaurants, bars, you couldn't go to government buildings, you couldn't go to the Court of Appeals of Georgia ruled you couldn't go to a picnic, you couldn't go to church, you couldn't have a gun on the way to those places or in your car if you parked anywhere near it, and also you couldn't carry anywhere near a bus stop. So if you were in Atlanta, for example, you know, you can't go a block or two without passing a bus stop. So you basically couldn't carry. After we started, through efforts both in the courtroom and at the legislature, we've changed quite a few things. One of the most recent one is last year Georgia became the 25th state to have permitless carry. So you no longer have to have a license to carry at all. If you do choose to carry, there are very few places off limits anymore. About the only places that really most people would go to are places like visiting somebody in a jail or to go to a courthouse, a couple of government buildings. But for the most part, you can carry everywhere in the state now. That's not private property. And signs carry no legal weight. So if a person chooses not to allow you to carry on his or her property, they have to tell you that affirmatively, and they can ask you to leave. But if they put up a sign that say no guns allowed, that's fine, but that doesn't have any legal weight. So at this point, there's still a few things we're chipping away at. We're also in a defensive posture every year because we have more and more anti-bills trying to reverse some of the gains that we've made. But so far we've been able to defeat all of them. And now we're going to have Patricia talk about what's going on in Alaska, or in Nebraska, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Today is such an exciting day to stand before you because on the 2nd of September, Nebraska became the 27th state for permitless carry. But because that we come to GRPC, because our founder, Tim Terrell, came to a GRPC and founded the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association many years ago as a grassroots, volunteer, unpaid, super nonprofit. We have learned best practices from all the states and representatives and national leaders, and so we went further with our permitless carry bill. Not only do we have permitless carry for handguns, knives are completely permitted. We learned that from the knife rights activities that we've learned about here. Not only are knives, but any legal weapon can be carried concealed. across our state. There's no longer city ordinances that forced us to have gun registration or banned open carry in certain areas. Additionally, we didn't know it, but when we looked at our state statutes, we realized that we added some language that allows for 18-year-olds who are active duty in the military, Guard or Reserve, or members of ROTC, simply by definitions. Remember that presentation on definitions, how powerful definitions are? Because we define minor as anyone 18 to 20 with the following exceptions, members of the active duty, reserve, and Guard, they now can carry concealed without a permit. So that was a bonus. And what are we looking forward to? We're looking forward to building on this momentum. So when we decided as a panel the order we were going through, we thought it was really a great reflection of sort of the differences between states. You know, Georgia with so much freedom, Nebraska just being the waking giant who's now advocating for our rights across our state. And then we're going to hear about our dear friend and her activities in her state. It is so important that we rally together. The previous speakers were talking about the collaboration, the we, and that's so important. And so as an organization, we are reaching out and collaborating with other state organizations so we can share best practices. And some of those that allowed us to be so successful in Nebraska this year was some of our additional ideas that we actually learned from the DC Project, which is a fantastic organization that focuses on education instead of legislation. And so part of our success is based on the fact that we countered the concerns that with the removal of the permit, no one was going to get training, and that there was going to be a whole bunch of Nebraskans running around half-cocked, fighting over parking lot spots in Walmart. So the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association, because we're a super nonprofit, found a free open source learning management system, and we spent 6 months building 42 online modules that cover everything from basic handgun safety all the way to scenario-based application of the law, all through volunteer work, and that's free to any Nebraskan to take. And what's exciting is that we had on launch day almost 400 people begin taking our training. So we're advocating for education and legislation at the same time at no cost to our citizens and no cost to our organization. And so we look forward to coming to future GRPCs because it's from this think tank that exists to learn from each of you and to take back those ideas to our state and further to A rights. Thank you for having us.
Good morning. What is happening in the Garden State of New Jersey? Many of you have welcomed me and have extended your condolences when you find out that I am from New Jersey. I actually had one gentleman say that he was surprised they opened the border to let me in. So New Jersey is the butt of jokes for good reason. An appellate court had said that you own a firearm in New Jersey at your own peril. So I am Teresa Einacker. I am a trustee of the Coalition of New Jersey Firearm Owners, CNJFO, and I'm also the DC Project State Director for New Jersey. I'm going to tell you a recap of some of the good and the bad things. We'll start with the bad. There are just so many. First of all, as you know, that we have quite a Bruin response bill that we have been contending with. When we testified against this bill and tried to fight it before it became law, we asked the legislators if they could tell us one place that we could carry, just one, because they had over-defined sensitive places, and these legislators could not name one place that we could carry. Next, just so you know that yesterday Dan Schmutter and David Jensen talked extensively about the Coons and Siegel cases, and we're very grateful for the support on that. CNJFO is one of the co-plaintiffs. We also still have a 10-round magazine limit in New Jersey. If you're not aware of that, we've been actually contending with that since 2018, and there's been litigation pending on that. We, now that we've gotten permits to carry issued in New Jersey, we have a duty to inform. And I spoke with a U.S. Law Shield attorney last week who said they already have 7 cases for a failure on the duty to inform, and 2 of those involve people who did not have any firearms on them or in their car. They were arrested anyway because they didn't disclose that they had a permit. So there's a lot of confusion out there. So yes, so now you have a what? Duty to inform that you have a permit? It's pretty toxic environment at the moment. As of February 1st of this year, a new ammunition registration system has gone into place in New Jersey. It is a digital system, and the record is for every manufacturer, wholesale, and retail dealer of handgun ammunition. They must keep a detailed record of all handgun ammunition sold. The record must be in electronic form and contain the date of the transaction, the type, the caliber or gauge of the ammunition, the quantity of the ammunition sold, the name and address of the purchaser, and any other information the superintendent of police may be interested in. There's more. The so-called Smart Gun initiative is starting to take some, make some moves, essentially. New Jersey has a New Jersey Personalized Handgun Authorization Commission, and they have established performance standards and qualifying criteria. This committee, which is a government committee, they are seeking that manufacturers be added to the roster. They have to demonstrate handguns that have reliable, personalized technology features to avoid accidental discharge or damage and comply with state and federal law. They tie this into public safety, which, as we know, is now no longer the standard under Bruin. And lastly, we have the New Jersey Attorney General, who has changed the qualification standards 3 times since permits have started to be issued to civilians. At first, people didn't know what the qualifications were. They were applying the police standard. Then they said we could do the HQ C2 modified or substantially similar. And last week, the Attorney General's office changed it yet again. And it improperly applies ex post facto to people who have already been issued permits to carry. This is pretty ridiculous. So the state has issued your permit to carry, and yet again, another set of standards has been thrown at you, and you have to qualify all over again for a permit that has already been issued to you. So, of course, this is time and money and cost and fees for classes and courses and things for people on top of all of the fees. This is where I caution you that if you allow your state government to be the one who decides what the mandated training is going to be, they can make you jump through hoops. You become a circus performer, and the state is your master. So be very cautious when you approach your state governments about how that, fight that if you have it coming along. It's just a very terrible place to be, because we're constantly jumping through hoops, and even if you've been granted a permit, it's still not good enough because the Attorney General can come along and just change the standards on you again. So the good. Let's get to some of the good. We have risen to the challenge, as you might imagine, and we have several very active groups in New Jersey. CNJFO, we have youth training programs with range time. The CNJFO personnel and members, RSO, at Tony Simon's diversity shoots. If you've ever seen those online, they're fantastic. The DC Project, Women for Gun Rights in New Jersey, has a wonderful group of women. We meet with our legislators on a state and federal level. We also have fundraisers and are focused on education. We have a brisk online community called the New Jersey Firearm Owners Syndicate with over 7,000 members, and it is a source for many of the plaintiffs that have been found for the Coons case. The partnerships have been key, and we're very grateful for partnering together with each other, working together. We're grateful to SAF and to all of the groups that have assisted us, especially with the litigation. So the board of CNJFO actually sent me with a $5,000 check for SAF. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Dave Workman, is he in here? Dave, we're just going to take a minute. Can you come and we'll get a photo?
Is that it for this panel?
And excuse me, Lee and Dan, you can come on up here if you would, and I'm
Good morning. I have some bad news. Dan can't make it. My name is Lee Williams. Dan blew his knee out last night, so he's headed home on an early flight. I will, of course, be performing his portion of our presentation in the form of an interpretive dance. You laugh. I move like a cat for a big guy. My name is Lee Williams. I'm the chief editor of Second Amendment Foundation's Investigative Journalism Project and have been so for a couple of years. If you don't know me, I was an investigative reporter at 4 newspapers in 3 states and U.S. territory. My last newspaper was in Sarasota, Florida, where I still live. It was owned by a company called Gatehouse, and I loved it. They gave me the opportunity as a daily newspaper man to start a pro-gun blog. And for 10 years, I was the only daily newspaper man in the entire country with a pro-gun blog sponsored entirely by his newspaper, which was kind of cool. And then we got bought by this company called Gannett. And many of you have probably walked across their flagship newspaper as it's thrown outside the door of your motel room, USA Today. But when they found out they had a then editor in Sarasota, Florida at one of their papers who was writing pro-gun stories, they got rid of me and they got rid of my boss. A couple days later, I get a call from my good friend Mark Walters. He said, Alan Gottlieb is going to call you. Take the damn call. So I did. 2 years later, here I am. I'm Alan's and your investigative reporter. Part of my job, one of the fun parts is, I get to push back against enemy propaganda and get a lot of people to read it. So today I'm going to discuss 3 major sources of anti-gun, or as I like to call it, enemy propaganda. The Gun Violence Archive, The Trace, and Joe Biden. We regularly push back against all 3. We made the Gun Violence Archive a household name in the gun community. It was founded in 2013 by this Santa-looking dude named Mark Bryant. He's our current executive director, and I have interviewed him several times. He's a liar. He told me he actually sold 2 Colt Pythons to come up with the money to found the GVA, and I knew that was a bunch of crap. Nobody sells Colt Pythons, especially now. Well, they make their money off maintaining shooting data, and they make their bank off their list of mass shootings. And the reason everybody loves them, Joe Biden has cited them. Joe Biden said the other day, according to GVA, there have been 500 mass shootings in this country just this year alone. Now think about that. That's nearly 2 per day, all right? The monkeys at CNN and Fox News and MSLSD, all they'd be doing would be running to mass shooting after mass shooting. Well, the reason they come up with such a big number is because of their definition, which is overly broad. Anytime 4 people are shot, now notice I did not say killed, I mean shot, nicked, they call it a mass shooting. I like the FBI definition. It's much more narrow and it's based in reality. FBI won't consider it a mass shooting if it involves self-defense, or like most of these damn things, if it's gang-related or drug-related, or it was a domestic, or it resulted from a barricaded subject or hostage situation, or it was the byproduct of another criminal act. Here's how you can tell the difference between how GVA works it out and how FBI does. In 2019, the Gun Violence Archive said there were 417 mass shootings. FBI said there were 30. You pick the number you believe. We spent a lot of time pushing back on the Trace. That is former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg's propaganda factory. Now, the Trace likes to call it, and I quote, the only newsroom dedicated to covering gun violence. And the staff that work there, these kids, they call themselves journalists. They're not. They're paid anti-gun activists, just like I'm a paid pro-gun activist. Unfortunately, they've been extremely successful inculcating their stories into the regular media. I like to call it the legacy media. They have so far placed stories, which is propaganda, in 170 different media organizations. And they say on their website, we're always looking to start new partnerships. Now, my employer, former employer, Gannett, lets them write stories that are byline and put them in USA Today. And now they're even editing stories. I just want to make sure this is completely clear. The Trace, which is paid anti-gun activists, are editing stories and placing them in a daily newspaper of record with a circulation of about 500,000. That's what we got to push back against. My all-time favorite Trace story came out last year. It was titled "Gas Stations Become a Magnet for Violence in Philadelphia." The author would have you hold your breath and suspend all disbelief and believe that these killer gas stations are responsible for all the gang violence that's going on in that state or in that city. According to this story, there were 9 killings in Philadelphia gas stations in 2021 and 2022. 9. Well, during that year, the city's had 1,021 homicides, so that's less than 1%. That is all you need to know about the Trace. Now, my favorite story I ever wrote is we tracked all of Biden's lies about guns since he took office. And let me tell you, Joe Biden has lied about guns 304 times in more than 65 public events, according to my analysis of White House official transcripts. Biden has lied about the efficacy of the 1994 federal assault weapon ban, also known as what I like to call it the Clinton gun ban, far more than anything else, and especially the results. Biden has lied about fictitious colonial canon prohibitions 6 times, and 4 times he said, if you're going to overthrow the government, you need an F-15. He said F-16 once. But my favorite collection of Joe Biden's lies have to do with the ballistic capabilities of the 5.56 millimeter round. And Joe's take, the ballistician that's in the White House, has evolved over time. On July 11th, 2022, on the South Lawn at the White House, Joe said, and I quote, "Most common rounds fired from an AR-15 move almost twice as fast as that from a handgun." Okay? A month later, Joe said, and I quote, "The velocity of a bullet coming out of assault weapons is 3.5 times as fast as a bullet coming out of other weapons." But the kicker was on November 6th of last year. At a rally in New York for Governor Kathy Hochul, Biden said this, and I quote, "And as I point out all the time, what comes out of the muzzle of an assault weapon is 5 times quicker, faster than what comes out of the muzzle of another gun. It can pierce a Kevlar vest. There are not a lot of deer out there wearing Kevlar vests." And since taking office, Joe Biden has mentioned deer wearing Kevlar a total of 16 times. Now, I am your investigative reporter. If you want to help, I have the easiest email in the world, lee@saf.org. It's lee@saf.org. I get tips from all over the country. I'm located in Florida. Believe me, I could use the help. Bloomberg's got a multi-billion-dollar bankroll and a propaganda factory. Unfortunately, we don't. So if you know something that's going on in your state, in your city, an issue 2A related, send me an email, lee@saf.org. Thanks.
Amanda and I and Cheryl did something last year with playing well in the sandbox, and I wish we had had a chance to do it again this morning.
I love those times.
Yeah, we had a blast.
Am I good? Wait, I'm not nearly as tall as Lee. So, hi everybody, I'm Amanda Suffolk, and I am the host of Eye on the Target Radio, the only female nationally syndicated Second Amendment radio host in the nation. So, I say that and I'm proud of that, but I say that and I have a running joke with Charlie Cook, and it says, keep up. So I want to challenge each and every one of the females in this room to keep up so that I don't have to, I don't need to, and I cannot ever say that I am the only one ever again. So let's give that a try. Today's topic is I want to talk to you about the DC Project, Women for Gun Rights, the amazing group of the DC Project. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to visualize the Olympic rings. Can you take your pen, if you've got a pen or a pencil, can you draw the Olympic rings in your notebooks? Do you know what it looks like? Do you know what the colors are? So here's the first question for you, is do you know that all of the rings do not touch one another? That even though in your mind it is a unified single symbol that talks about the Olympics, it really is 5 distinct rings in 5 distinct colors that only 2 touch one another anywhere in that logo. So the blue touches the yellow touches the black and the blue. The black touches the yellow and the green touches the black and the red. The blue never touches the red. The blue doesn't interact with the green. The blue doesn't interact with the black. It only gets to interact with the yellow. Okay, think about that for a second. What I want you to do is I want you to think about that as Second Amendment activists, as all of us. To the outside world, we are a unified symbol of the Second Amendment. Internally, to all of us, we are individual, distinct rings that sometimes touch one another, sometimes interact with one another, and a lot of times have no idea what another color is even doing, what another group is doing or another state is doing. So I want you to think about this, because yesterday Dr. John Lott mentioned the DC Project and the fact that we are renaming our organization. Because we have had, since 2015, explained what the DC Project is. So we started with, we're the DC Project. You know, we go to DC and we talk to our legislators. We're the DC Project. We're 50 women from 50 states. We're the DC Project. We are Women for Gun Rights. And we finally honed that down to, what are we? We are Women for Gun Rights. So as of today, as of now, we have rebranded, renamed, and you will see it become Women for Gun Rights. And rename, the DC Project name is probably going to be called for the fly-in. It'll be used a little, but it is going to be, we are going to be rebranded as Women for Gun Rights, because that's really the heart of what we are and what we've been doing. So one of the things that when Dr. John Lott yesterday mentioned us, he was like, I don't think you ought to name it that, and I don't think you ought to do this, and I don't think you want to do that. I want to say that Dr. John Lott is the smartest guy I know, and sometimes he's wrong. That's kind of where I'm going to be. We, all of us, don't have to agree with one another. I want us to be a family, and that family is at the dinner table or in the living room or down in the playroom or in the backyard. We're allowed to tussle and fight and argue and have points. But when we go outside, when we go out into the community, guess what? We're unified, right? There's a thing to where I'm allowed to beat up my brother. And I do it a lot. But you're not. And I will beat you up if you think that you can take a shot at him. That's what I wish for all of us as we go forward, so that we are a unified group of people. GRPC, the Second Amendment's most amazing event, is my favorite event of the year. And I retired a couple years ago with the goal to do more stuff in the Second Amendment world. And let me tell you, I do a lot of stuff in the Second Amendment world. So I just was elected onto the board of directors of the NRA. I am a life member of SAF, and I am pretty active in their media stuff, the Polite Society, the Bullet, those things. So the DC Project is near and dear to my heart. I work with Faster Saves Lives. So I'm doing a lot of stuff with that. But this, of all the events in all the places, this is my favorite. because I want to ask you guys a question. How many people have you met here this weekend in real life that maybe you talked to them on the phone, or you texted them, or you saw them on social media, or you saw their podcast or their blog or the video or their writings, and you got to meet them in person? Show of hands, somebody new. Did you meet somebody new this weekend? That right there is the reason why this is my favorite event, is that networking that goes with this, so that you get to meet your Second Amendment heroes. You get to benchmark off of one another as to what they do. So I want to say that all of these groups that are out there, they all are attacking the fight against the Second Amendment from different angles. Do I agree with everything that everybody's doing? No. Do I understand everything that everybody's doing? No. Right? I mean, the mindset of some of these guys and the end runs and how brilliant they are and the waiting game they're willing to play and all of that kind of stuff just amazes me. But I celebrate it and I embrace it. And I just want to say that if you are tempted to disagree with somebody, let's agree to disagree, but let's agree to be civil about that disagreement. Let's agree to do it in the living room, in the house, together, and then when we go outside, you punch somebody in the nose if they start to mess with your Second Amendment brothers and sisters. Can we agree to that? So I want to offer the fact that even though we're all unique, we're all different, we're all over the place, the DC Project, Women for Gun Rights, can be and is the glue that holds us all together. So how many of you guys know a DC Project gal? Okay. How many DC Project gals are in the room? Stand up, stand up, stand up. I want you guys to look around and see them. These women are amazing women in their own right, and I am so blessed to be able to interact with them. Let me tell you, when we go to DC, it is like going to summer camp with your heroes. These women do everything that I want to learn how to do. Cheryl Todd calls it, oh, there you go doing something. I want to be just like you. Charlie Cook calls it, keep up. Right? There just is this thing about, well, think about it this way, and then feel sorry for Diana Muller, our founder. She has 50 Type A women in the same room, in the same city at the same time. Do you not feel sorry for that? So these women are leaders of their state organizations. They are on boards. They are activists. They are involved. We have lawyers and doctors and vets and pharmacists, and just the amount of skills that this group of women brings and the vantage points and the look and the differences that they all do. So those things, though we celebrate them, think about the value that that diverse group of opinions and skills and experiences can have for your organization. How many times have you gone somewhere and you're like, yeah, they're not hearing me because I am a big, burly, bearded guy in a plaid shirt? I'm sorry, look out in the audience right now. A bunch of you really represent that look. So I just want to tell you that the DC Project is a resource, and we offer as a resource to you the ability for these women to come to whatever your state is, whatever your issue is, to testify. And let me tell you, the legislators listen when it is not the norm, when it is not what they expect, when we look a little different. So they listen, and that message has been resonating and has been working. So I want to offer to all of you that if you go to the website, Women for Gun Rights, wait, I got to double check it, womenforgunrights.org, and you need us, you just call us. And so I call on you to use us as the new face of the Second Amendment. I want you to think about it this way. The Second Amendment now wears lipstick. So with our rebranding of Women for Gun Rights, we've got a little bit of a struggle in front of us as we try to get that word out and as we try to learn not to say I'm part of the DC Project. Because let me tell you, that has been part of my vernacular for the past 8 years. So I want you instead to think teal for 2A. We don't have a teal cape, but we have teal shirts and teal dresses and teal shoes. I just don't have teal socks. So instead of thinking about the Olympic rings and all of their colors, and all the different colors and how those colors interact or don't interact, I want you to think about the fact that we are taking the Olympic rings and we are turning them teal so that we are all unified in the Second Amendment together. Thank you very much.
It's really bad when I put this farther out and it still doesn't work. So you guys want to use the mic there? Do you want to stand in front with separate
We'll stand up
mics?
here.
Whatever you want.
I think we could share this one. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Derek LeBlanc. I'm president of the Kids Safe Foundation. I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be able to share the stage up here with my wonderful friend, Robin, and talk to you about inspiring and empowering the next generation of future 2A advocates. And so, as a nonprofit, the Kids Safe Foundation, since our founding back in 2016, we reached over 28,000 kids in 5 states and taught them life-saving skills on what to do if they come across an unsecured firearm. And so part of that is, pushing back at this narrative where, guns are dangerous and kids with guns is a dangerous thing. It's not. And so the goal of our organization is to present a powerful message that resonates across all political divides to ensure that our kids have the education that they need to go into the future to be the future stewards of our 2A rights. And you want to
Yeah, so the work that Derek does with the children is near and dear to me because although my title is the executive director of A Girl and a Gun, I'm a mom. I have 3 kids. And a lot of what I do is advocate for women and families. In fact, if you don't know A Girl and a Gun, we're the largest women's training organization in the country. We train nearly 2,000 women a month. We have a cadre of instructors across the country. Our program is run at more than 300 ranges nationwide. I have thousands of card-carrying members. We have members in all 50 states. I'm really proud of the work that we do. And the important work that A Girl and a Gun does, I'm going to give you 3 examples of what we do. So first, we create educated gun owners. We welcome women. I've been on the front line for 12 years watching women come into the gun owning community, and it's been so exciting to offer them training. Our cadre of instructors are qualified. They all are certified. They all are insured. They are professional instructors that do really great work across the country to educate gun owners and to give them a path of what skills that they want to learn. Secondly, we create really enthusiastic Second Amendment advocates. When someone realizes what the right to keep and bear arms is and self-protection, the right to protect their children, their families, they become very enthusiastic about it. And thirdly, we create pro-gun families. We have those conversations. Anybody know a mom that says, I'm not having guns in my house, not happening, I'm not comfortable? Anybody? That was me. That was me. Not with 3 kids, we're not bringing it in, not happening. And I had an epiphany through my journey, and I realized that I wanted the tools to protect these 3 little people that relied on me. And once mom got involved in firearms education, once mom became passionate about protecting my little ones, now not only are my kids exposed to the right to keep and bear arms, but they're passionate about it too. But it takes more than mom and dad sitting around the dinner table talking about gun safety, marksmanship skills, scholarship opportunities, and all those things. It really takes a village because it's not just the voice of home, it's the voice of school, social media, and all of those things. And that's why Derek's program is so important, so that we can all combat it together. So Derek, I do have a question for you.
Absolutely.
How do you combat when our kids are faced with so much misinformation from movies and media and social media? How can your program and how can we as parents change that narrative so that they see guns in a positive way?
So I think one of the most important things that we can do kind of as a gun rights community, the 2A community, is normalize this conversation. You know, guns are normal. Guns are here. They're not going anywhere. And so it's our message to be able to bring people together and know that it's okay to coexist and there's okay to have differences of opinions, but it's how we get to the root cause of the things that we're facing as a society. And so I would, you know, one of the benefits of what we're doing is we're able to get out in the community. We're able to outreach. We're able to be a face of gun owners. I don't know about you, but I'm a loud and I'm a proud gun owner, and it's something that I take, you know, very seriously, and it's something that I promote heavily because it's something that if we do not exercise these rights, we're not going to be able to protect them. And going into the future, that's what's going to be really, really important. I'm looking around the room. Do we have a succession plan? Have we thought about what the next generation looks like when it comes to our gun rights? And so that's what I've dedicated a lot of my time in my life to, obviously protecting our children, but also, you know, kind of raising the alarm that we all need to kind of see, you know, how the media, you know, the education system is you know, making a taboo of being a gun owner, and that's not the case. You know, most of us were very law-abiding, and we believe in safety and education, and so it's something that we have to all come together as a community, right? And we have to be able to, if there's something you agree with, like it, comment, share. That's really the fuel that breaks these algorithms that helps get these positive messages out for the people to see. And so, you know, a question I have for you is what are some of your successes as an organization with A Girl and a Gun? Do you have any?
Oh gosh, we've had lots of success.
I know that's kind of a loaded question.
So I'm very proud of a lot of the work that we've done. You know, I could take that a couple different ways. So I'm really proud of our national conference. Our 12th annual national conference just went for sale. Tickets registration opened a couple weeks ago. We sold out in fewer than 24 hours with 700 students, and we have more than 200 women on the waiting list right now. So I'm very proud of the fact that A Girl and a Gun offers really quality training that is sought after. It's the hottest ticket in town, and that makes me very proud of our programs. We really try to not stay in that new shooter space. We have so many new women coming in that a lot of women's programs can get pigeonholed into that new shooter space, and we really want to give women opportunities to rise and take advanced levels, and we're so grateful to have mentors in this industry that women that we've stood on the shoulders, and I'm so grateful for that. I would say personally some of the successes is just the fact that, you know, it really hits you of the work you're doing when during COVID we lost some of our older members, women I'd never met, and their children would send me their obituaries, and in the 500 words of their lives, A Girl and a Gun was 5 of those words. It means that much to so many women who are getting off the sidelines of their lives, who are learning self-protection, who are meeting new friends, who are doing something just so they can feel badass again or feel badass for the first time. It's so amazing. What I love about our program is not only is it quality training, all of our instructors are certified with many nationally ranked and very respected credentials, but that we provide a community that is a judgment-free zone, whether you're in defensive, competition, recreation, all of the above. So I would say that that's more of my personal success. So, another question I have for you. Do you get pushbacks? So you work with kids, and you do a lot of gun safety. What I love about Derek's program is that he looks about virtual violence, too. He separates virtual violence and bullying campaigns and other things to address things that the kids are going through. So in doing all those safety campaigns, do people have a problem with you talking about guns with kids?
Absolutely, and a lot of it is people don't know what they don't know. And so there's, you know, the media does a really good job, social media does a really good job about pushing our stuff. We have, you know, shadow bans, you know, and which part of me is kind of a badge of honor, but it affects our ability to outreach to the community. And so in that situation is, I understand the fear, and I'm there to listen. What I'm trying to do is just build that connection with that person, and so I can understand what makes them fearful, so I can tailor the message to be able to reach their kids. In the beginning of my career, I've probably over 4,000 hours in front of the kids working on the message and delivering the message to the families. And I started my career, I started going to Moms Demand Action meetings, and part of it is I wanted to see kind of what they think, you know, what their fears were, because that helped me develop the program where I could reach everybody. And that's the goal of what we do is our program, and everybody talks about inclusivity, but the goal of our organization is to give every kid that same equal opportunity, so that regardless of, you know, race, color, you know, language, you know, disabilities as well. You know, there's a prime example is a young man that joined us that he's actually blind, and so that was a challenge for me because I didn't know at the beginning, I didn't know how to interact with him and how best he would learn, and so we had to tailor our program to make sure that we could offer that information to him. From that, he joined us on the range, and so now he's able to shoot a rimfire rifle safely, you know, with trained staff. And so now we have an adaptive component to our program. So inclusion is giving every kid the same opportunity, and that's kind of what we do. And so our mantra is zero firearm accidents, the only acceptable goal. And so until we get to zero, we're going to continue to work. And so I'm really, really thankful to be here to be able to share our message and what we do. And I look forward to future conversations with all of you to figure out how best that we engage with that next generation, to get them involved, to show them the responsibilities that they have when it comes to carrying our two-way torch going forward. Anything else?
Wrap it up. Well, I would just encourage everyone to learn more about Derek's program, KidsSafeFoundation.org.
Yeah, so you can find us on our website, KidsSafeFoundation.org.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more about A Girl and a Gun, it's agirlandagun.org, agirlandagun.org. Hopefully we have a chapter near you, and I would love for all the women here and the women in your lives to be involved. I know that Derek is looking for funding, so it's always hard to ask for yourself, so I'm going to ask you guys on his behalf. Let's help the second generation, the next generation of 2A advocates, help them get that safety training.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that Robin and Derek exemplify what we is, because we is helping each other, and the fact that you are getting obituaries from sons or daughters means that A Girl and a Gun was a huge impact. The children knew it, and so that's the next generation too. Just like Derek, when he deals with the kids, and part of this is not don't touch, but we'll teach you. And there's the next generation coming too. And I know, as a parent, people look at you in certain instances terribly askew that you would even bring this up or do this, and what kind of a bad person are you? I was the donut mom at my daughter's school, and then there was an article in the paper, and the assistant principal came up to me and he said, I didn't know that's who you were, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And he said, I didn't know that's who you were. I said, I'm just a lady who brings these maple bars on Fridays. That's it. That's the person that I am. But you guys inspire me. All of you people in here inspire me. And yeah, and today is my favorite day because I like to hear, I can read law briefs all the time. And I'm very, good friends, but you guys are all of you who are in this room are the heart and soul. The heart and soul. Thank you.
Is it all right if I'm up here? Morning, everybody.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Absolutely.
Just for a minute. Okay. So when I took this thing, and if you look at, you'll see Patrick Collins, you'll see Charlie Cook, okay, alphabetically. When I got back the title that they had come up with for their panel, I sent it out to everybody and said, the bar is high, guys. The bar is really high for what you come up with. So I just wanted to tell you, you guys blew me away.
Don't tell her the secret. Yeah, actually, I'm about to right now. So it was quite interesting how the title came about, because I believe, Charlie, you were at a grocery store, it sounded like, in the background? Yes. And I was driving, but anyhow, I'm going to talk to you guys about food today. So, my name is Patrick Collins. I am the CEO of thegunfood.org, thegunfood.com, and we sell ammunition, if you haven't figured that out yet. So unlike the lawyers, the doctors, and all the great 2A advocates that we've had up here previously through the day and a half, I'm going to have some puns sprinkled in my speech here, so please laugh when you can or feel. Just not the entire time, though, because I don't want to be yanked off the stage. So anyhow, in the next approximately 5 minutes, I'm going to go through my 5 courses of how I became a 2A advocate, in case some of you guys are interested, and how can I contribute to this arena. So like most meals, let's break some bread. So thegunfood.com is an ammunition supply company that I started. And you just don't start a company in the 2A world. You have to kind of build up and into it. So I'm going to jump back a few years to my childhood. My childhood was not spent learning how to shoot watermelons or tin cans in the backyard. It was with my little brother. Yeah, we had little Nerf guns and shot at each other and had fun with it. But for the most part, we developed an early respect for weapons at an early age. And we also learned that there are 2 types of folks that carry firearms in this world. We have good folks and bad folks, okay? Fast forward a few decades, I bought a house in a rural part of Georgia where the response time was upwards of 45 minutes. And I was like, whoa, I got to do something about this. So I got myself a firearm for protection. Then I started going to the range and training and, did a couple coursework with a few great instructors, and one day my coworker convinced me to go with him to the range, and we learned very quickly what he was about to get me into, which was a competition. All right. So I showed up to this competition cold. He told me to bring about 300 rounds, which I thought was a lot for a typical range day. But as a stubborn Bostonian, I couldn't back down. So I'm like, all right, I'm here. I don't know what I'm doing. Just tell me exactly what I'll do, and I'll do it exactly right. I'll try to, at least. That day, I placed 13th out of 86 in the field. Wow. So from there, I developed a new hobby to do in the weekends. I would show up every weekend and help out as much as I could because I wanted to learn it. I was absorbing everything, kind of like that sponge you have on the kitchen there. So with that came, people started to notice me, and I said, well, I'll be a squad leader. I'll lead the squad. I know kind of what I'm doing, how to run the rope system a little bit. And a police officer said, you have a very inept way of teaching people this whole competition arena and how to handle the firearms and how to be safe with it. Why don't you become an instructor? Again, stubborn Bostonian, couldn't step down from that. So then I became an instructor, started teaching all different walks of life, including police officers, even some ranges that I helped open up, celebrities, and my name got out there, and next thing you know, I'm teaching internationally. I'm like, whoa, wait a second, what am I doing in the middle? In fact, one of them was Germany. I taught a executive protector in Germany how to use his firearm in case he ever had to need it. But all of these things came in common when I was like, but everybody has a different use of this firearm. Even though the end game, yes, firearms do the same thing, but everybody has a different take on it. The laws, the rules, the regulations, the use of force, they're all different. And so I'm like, but how are we living life differently? We have 50 states here in this country, but around the world, it's all different. And the one thing that came to common with all of that is that I wanted to bring awareness to everybody that firearms are not a bad thing. They were with me since I was a kid. Granted, I didn't have a firearm. I had Nerf guns, but they're not a bad thing. And now, even to this day, a couple of months ago with the Bruin case, which has left everybody, what's the word I want to say here? Salty. But we must continue to remind folks that a justified defensive use of a firearm is an effective means to prevent criminal activity. And people do make irreversible decisions every day. So I'm going to kind of summarize everything that I have here, because I do have a long list of things here to say, but you never know what your role will be in someone else's day. Okay? So determine how you choose to contribute to them and to our society. Nowadays, I do run an ammunition supply company. We supply ammunition to everybody I just said, police departments, ranges, instructors, and whatnot. And they were struggling to secure the source of their ammunition. And I was like, well, I have connections. I can make this happen. And in some cases, they were struggling to even put food on their tables. I had instructors that were reaching out to me saying, can I borrow 50 rounds? Can I borrow a case of ammunition? I can't teach today. I can't pay for my son or daughter's sneakers or whatever it was. And so I said, yeah, absolutely, here you go. Just pay me back whenever you get the chance. And I wanted to enable people. And that's really what 2A advocacy is about enabling people. There are an estimated 23,000 laws in the books, and that's a lot of undoing that we need to do. And thank goodness we have folks like the Second Amendment here to help us stand strong for that. Many people will leave this conference having heard great speakers who have positively contributed in their own ways. Just do us all a favor, everybody in this room. Bring back something to the tables that you serve, okay? Get involved, make a difference. Life is like a carefully crafted dish, a sequence of events that unfold unpredictably. We must stay purposeful on our journey and remember that every contribution, no matter how small, can make a difference. Just like every great dish has a recipe, our Constitution has its amendments. And each one is essential to feed the freedom that burns within us. Don't leave home hungry, and feed them the best. My name is Patrick Collins from the Gun Food.
Hello, my name is Charlie Cook. When I was a kid, hello, I'm Johnny Cash. When I was a kid, I was fourth grade. I started playing music. I wanted to be a rock star, but I ended up playing the trombone. And fat kids that play the trombone do not get to be rock stars. My game plan in life was to be the lead trombone player for the rock band Kiss. Yeah. They don't have a horn section, and I didn't really put that together. I used to say that loud music and fire and blood, now that's rock and roll. I realized that I wasn't going to be a rock star, so I decided I'd be a music teacher, and that's the path that I took. And in my gigging days, I call it my PG life, in my pre-gun life, I had the opportunity to play in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and open up for Dolly Parton. I had a chance to open up for Ray Charles one time, which was really cool. And there was one time we opened up for Earth, Wind, and Fire, but we couldn't go see them and couldn't go hang out with them, so I'm like, what's the big deal? On September 11th, obviously things changed a lot in our lives, and my son was 9 months old at that time. So I realized we live in a dangerous world, and I've got this little boy, and I need to be able to protect him. I should probably get a gun. So I'd become an NRA member. Honestly, I became an NRA member so I could order one of those bumper stickers that says, "My president is Charlton Heston." I laminated it and I still have it. So I became a gun owner. I took a course, took a class in my town just to get the license, and it was 4.5 hours, 4 hours of mumbo jumbo, and then the police officer held up a revolver and a semi-auto and said, "Here's a revolver, here's a semi-auto, don't touch them." And I got my license to carry, and I'm good to go. And I'm a little nervous, a little scared. I grew up in an agnostic gun house. And
I eventually took the NRA basic pistol class, and I got to shoot a Model 617 Smith & Wesson revolver, and the first time I shot it, I was like, this is really cool. Like, do other people know about this? Because this seems like a secret to me. I realized that I could probably quit drinking for a while to save up some money for guns and ammunition. I eventually told my mother that this gun stuff was really cool and I wanted to get into it. And my mother said, hey, why don't you come out to the Midwest and pick up your father's guns? And I was like, well, we had guns in the house? How do we not know this? So are the attorneys still here? Good, because I drove from Massachusetts out to Illinois. I picked up a couple handguns, a couple shotguns, and drove them back to Massachusetts. Yeah. I hope the statute of limitations is passed. I really do. I eventually became a range safety officer. I started running bowling pin shoots, and people ask me, what are bowling pin shoots? And I'm like, it's really high tech. We shoot at bowling pins. So I don't know if it's a New England thing, I don't know. But I became a range safety officer so I could start doing that. And I eventually became a firearm instructor, and I would donate my time to the Gun Owners Action League. It felt very much like I was a musician again when I used to play do gigs and get food. I would donate some time to help instruct people, and they would give us ammunition. So it felt like a good deal. I eventually started working at a shooting school as an instructor, and then I realized I could probably start my own business as an instructor and teach on my own, because everybody started to look like Benjamin Franklin in the class, because everyone started to look like $100, and I'm bringing in 20 students for the class that I'm teaching for the boss, and he's paying me less than 2 Benjamin Franklins. So I wanted to come home with more Benjamin Franklins and became an instructor on my own. And during all this time, I also started to listen to pro-gun podcasts. I'd listen to Gun for Hire with Anthony Calandra. I'd listen to The Black Man with a Gun from Ken Blanchard. Of course, I'd watch Cam and Company on NRA TV and find the Polite Society podcast and everything. And I decided that at one point I wanted to become a podcaster. And I knew nothing about podcasting. So I think I tried recording one episode under the sheets in my bed so I could get the best audio. And I said, this doesn't really seem practical. I'm out. I can't do this. Well, eventually I started watching Carpool Karaoke that James Corden hosted, and he got to hang out with rock stars, and they drive around in a car and they talk. I'm like, well, I can drive and I can talk. He's English, he's chubby, and I'm chubby and I speak English. It can't be that hard to do. So I bought a couple GoPros, and I said, I'm going to start a show, and I'm going to call it Riding Shotgun. And Riding Shotgun.com was taken, so my mentor said, you got to incorporate your own personality. So I said, great, I'm going to call it Riding Shotgun with Charlie. And so that, of course, was available as a domain from GoDaddy. So I decided that's what I was going to call it. I started interviewing some local people. I eventually became one of my old friends. Was married to this gentleman. His name was Lee Michaels, and Lee was a conservative talk show host in Minneapolis. He was robbed at gunpoint. His story ended up in the Mark Walters, Rob Pincus book, Lessons from Unarmed America. And I went out to Minneapolis and interviewed Lee, and Lee said, hey, if you come this weekend, Mark Walters is going to be here. He's from Armed American Radio, and you could probably interview him. So I went out to Minneapolis, and I interviewed Lee, and I interviewed Peter Johnson from Archway Defense, and I interviewed Mark Walters. And Mark was like, hey, that's pretty cool. You want to be on my radio show tonight? Yes, I do. So I sat with him at the Minnesota State Fair and did radio with him, and ironically, Paul Lathrop was on talking about his situation. So that was really cool. Mark called me 2 days later, and he said, hey, I want to help you out with your show. I'm like, I don't really know what that means, but I'll take it. And then he called me up 2 days later. He says, do you want to come speak at the Gun Rights Policy Conference and be on the panel of people that use new media to promote gun rights? I said, yes, I do. So I went and did that, and it gave me the opportunity to meet more people in the gun community, because there were a lot more people that I knew. And one of the things that I wanted to do was expand my circle of friends. And thank you very much, Amanda, for using the Olympic ring analogy, because I have it in my notes. I wanted to bring it up. So I had to change it. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to increase my circle of friends. Motivational speaker Jim Rohn said that you're a culmination of the 5 people you hang out with the most. And I wanted to hang out with more gun people, because they're the coolest people. They're the nicest people. They're people that will let you borrow their guns for maybe an indeterminate amount of time. There are people that will loan you ammunition. There are people that will help you out. There are people that will do so many wonderful things. They'll give you advice even if you don't take it. this is who I wanted to spotlight with my show. I wanted to just let people know that gun owners are normal people. They're good people. They help you. They're great people. In the last 6 years, I've filmed over 180 shows in 34 states, and I absolutely love what I do, and I just want to keep the Stagecoach across America. Thank you.
I just want to thank you all, and really do give me the story of how you got the title together, because you didn't really come through with that. Okay, guys.
So here's what it is. It's a week and a half ago, we get this email, and I'm sitting at a grocery store having pizza. We got this place in Massachusetts called the Moolah's, or Market Basket. And it's a huge grocery store. So I'm looking at my email. I see the email from Julianne, and that Patrick and I are speaking together. So I said, Patrick, I sent him a message. I'm like, hey, man, have you seen the email? He's like, what email? I said, the email from Julianne. She needs a title for our presentation by tomorrow. So I said, what are we going to do about this? Like, we have to talk about guns and food and traveling. And so what do you say?
I say, give me 1 second, Charlie. Let me pull over. And then I said, all right, so guns, food, cars, ChatGPT. Let's figure this out. And yeah, we sat for probably about 5 minutes, just going back and forth, feeding this machine, and it's spitting out random stuff, you know, saying how seeds and this and that. And I'm like, no, not seeds. I don't like seeds. And then finally, we just agreed upon it.
Yeah, it came up with nourishing. You guys got the program. You guys can write it. Nourishing freedom. And how could we put all of this stuff together? And I wanted to travel as a musician, so I used to think my life would be traveling the country, playing music. And my son was about 6 years old, and it was the summertime. He was outside playing, and his daughter was outside, or my daughter was outside causing problems. So I was inside with him, and I said, he's like, life's not fair, Sophia this, Sophia that, blah, 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 blah. And I looked at my son, I said, you know what, you're right, life's not fair. I'm supposed to be traveling the world playing music for tens of thousands of people every night. And he looked at me and said, no, you're not. You're supposed to be watching me and Sophia. So I eventually, there's this town that I teach in, and I don't want to say the name of it because it's an armpit of a town. But I realized that, you know, you have to, what's the word I'm looking for? You have to be specific about your dreams. So my dream was to travel, but I didn't mean I wanted to drive to this armpit town. I wanted to travel around the country, and with the gig I have, I get to.
Yeah. That's good. I mean, Charlie's story is amazing there, and mine's is pretty much the same way. I enjoy cooking, and had to come up with a title for my company, and the gun food was available, and I was like, well, what does your gun eat? Everybody always asks me that, you know, hey, what's the gun food? And I'm like, well, what does your gun eat? Oh, there you go.
It's all right. We're not splitting the atom up here, right?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
I can't thank you guys enough. I really can't, because that was just a wild idea I had, and that's why you didn't get much time. GRPC takes a lot of people. It does take a village, and I didn't come into this year's until the middle of July, and it took me almost 400 hours. So I wasn't as organized as I would have liked to have been. And you guys all of you here, all of you speakers make it look so easy. And I really, really appreciate that. So a round for everybody here. We're going to take a break and come back. Thank you.
No, we don't. Everybody, we are going to be staying here while the stage is on break. We're going to be talking a little bit, and it's me and John and Trish Harold. Nebraska is in the house.
Yes, we
Represent.
Camera, you're going to be looking at right there, Trish. This is your first time speaking at GRPC, right?
It is actually my second.
Your second?
Second, yes. The first time I attended GRPC, I was much like everyone else, an attendee for the first time. The second time I attended, I was invited to speak and was very excited to represent our state and listen to all the grassroots activists. And I can remember standing in front of just such a large body and feeling completely overwhelmed.
It's, in podcasting, in doing what I normally do, it's you in a room and there's a computer there. Sometimes, recently for me, there's been a camera, but usually it's you and a couple people on a conference call.
Yeah.
And then and so everybody thinks you're just great and you're good with crowds and all that. And then you get up, and the last time we were in Phoenix, I got up on that stage and there was 1,000 sets of eyes looking back at me. And that's, if you don't have stage fright, you're not human.
Well, and I have to agree with that. And I had prepared my speech, knew what I was going to talk about, was going to regale the group with the activities in Nebraska. And I looked out at everyone, and it all went away. And as I stared at those 1,000 people, I noticed something, and I completely went impromptu and discussed the fact that we as organizational leadership are of a certain age. So I asked the group, I said, how many of you here are under 30? And there were 4 hands that raised up, and I made that the topic of my 5-minute presentation and how important it was to raise the next generation of Second Amendment advocates. And what was very exciting to hear about today were the states who have initiatives for reaching out to young people and providing them training and education and activities. We have this wonderful group from Arizona who is sponsored, is it a rifle team?
Yes.
I think it's a rifle
Yes.
team.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Arizona State, I can't think of the name now.
Yeah, and
their
so
president spoke
they
yesterday.
sponsored this young group of people to travel across the nation and compete. And what a fantastic idea that comes from GRPC and sharing ideas.
I want to pivot just a little bit, and I want to throw the discussion directly on Nebraska. A few weeks ago, a law took effect in Nebraska that you no longer have to go to the government and say, "Mother, may I," to carry.
Please, sir, I want some freedom.
Yes. Talk a little bit about permitless carry in Nebraska. Omaha and Lincoln wanted terribly badly to get circled out of that, where you still needed permits there. That didn't happen. No. You drug Omaha and Lincoln kicking and screaming into freedom.
And I will just say this. They are still kicking and screaming. They are kicking and screaming simply because they actually don't understand what state preemption is. We have very, very, very specific language in our bill that became law.
By design.
By design, that says notwithstanding, very important word, city charters and the like, the following things are prohibited for cities to do. And yet, the day before in Lincoln and the day after, both Omaha and Lincoln have put out executive orders that literally prohibit concealed carry on city property, including sidewalks. So you're completely legal on the street, you're completely legal across the street, and yet they want, through executive order, to just ban permitless carry or carry of any kind. And that's the other thing that's really interesting, because our CHP, Concealed Carry Permit Act, actually had state preemption, would prohibited them from doing anything to permit holders. So they are still kicking and screaming. But at the same time, we have tremendous energy in our state.
Yeah.
And there is already efforts on their way through our Attorney General and elsewhere to help educate our city leaders that what they just did is completely illegal and should not be enforced.
And I have lamented the fact for almost my entire tenure on the board of NFOA that Nebraska is the sleeping giant, right? But the giant still slumbers. Now the giant is waking up, and the people are getting fed up with, we wanted our freedom, we got our freedom, we elected the right officials into the unicameral to restore the rights that the Constitution said can't be taken away to begin with, and then we have two mayors who turned around and said, no, we need to oppress you. The people aren't having it, and I am thankful that Nebraska is finally waking up and helping us fight for all of our rights as Nebraskans, and your right when you're in Nebraska to defend yourself and your family.
Yeah, Nebraska, and this happened last year. Nebraska finally opened up and said, okay, we will take that. They never liked Nebraska doesn't like South Dakota, even though we've got more freedom, even though we've got better scenery. I think it's a jealousy thing, man. Anyway, Nebraska never accepted South Dakota's permit, and then last year they finally opened up and accepted the South Dakota enhanced permit.
Right.
Now, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be Charlie Cook from Massachusetts, and you don't need a permit to carry in Nebraska.
Anyone who is 21 years or older and not otherwise prohibited from possessing the weapon can lawfully conceal the weapon.
Which is great.
It's simple as that.
Yeah. And you're talking about that lack of reciprocity. One of the most compelling pieces of testimony came from a transplant from that state who did not have the enhanced permit. And because she did not have the enhanced permit, she wasn't able to take advantage of the elimination of the 180-day residency requirement. So she moved her whole family, to Nebraska, went and traveled hours to the State Patrol in order to do her application, only to find out she had to wait 180 days in order to schedule a class and then go through the process again. And her testimony about being unable to protect herself and her family was really compelling.
After she had gone to the lengths to get a permit in South Dakota, not the enhanced, but a different level of the permit in South Dakota, and took Mas Ayub's Mag 40 class, I think with you. And she has way more training than the average person walking around concealed carrying. But still, the state of Nebraska said, you have to wait your time. 180 days doesn't seem like a lot of time. That's 6 months. That's half a year.
And I have to say, her name is Liberty.
It
What
is.
a fantastic person to bring those facts to our to support our bill.
She was the opposite of the old white guy with a beard and a flannel shirt when she sat down in that chair to testify in the committee room. And those of us that had gotten to know this young lady prior to her testimony were all, I wanted to, you can't in the committee room, you can't cheer, you can't clap, but I wanted to be like, you go girl.
Yeah, I do know Liberty. She was at the last Mag 40 I hosted, and a fantastic young lady, and turning into a fantastic advocate for our rights.
Yes.
She is.
We are proud to have now folded her into our ranks
Yes.
at NFOA.
Awesome. All right, well, we are getting ready. It looks like, no, we're going to be a little bit yet before we go to the stage. Coming up next, we do have Angela Armstrong. We got Sean Carana and Mark Pennock. We're going to continue the state-by-state look at what's going on. But, goodness, what should we got a few more minutes to fill here, guys. What should we be... John, I'm going to throw the hammer at you. What do we talk about?
Well, I've got a great question for Trish. As one of the board members for NFOA, but Trish is the president, we all just naturally defer to Trish.
Here's where John asks for a raise.
I guarantee I'll get it. Okay.
Absolutely.
May I have double my salary?
I will double your salary
Thank you.
right now.
Thank you. Okay, so as president, and you have the longest tenure on the board, So it's not your title, it's just your tenure and your experience in the trenches. What is, so far, what is the thing that stands out to you the most to bring back home to Nebraska?
That is a really good question.
And I just sprung it on you.
I
Didn't
know, I
give you
love
any
it.
time to prepare.
So, given what my speech was the last time I spoke with the Second Amendment and the next generation, now that we have so much online training available to our members and anyone in Nebraska who wishes to have free training online, I really want to focus on the next generation. So when I think about it, I think what a wonderful opportunity to hold free workshops for families, to bring their children, to learn about gun safety, to learn about safe storage, and to have sort of like a First Shots program that we can support so that people can be introduced to the community, and those initial first smiles that happen that we see time and time again on the range where someone overcomes fear and trepidation and they feel that empowerment. I think that would be a fantastic way for us to move forward.
I want to get to where, and for those of you who follow me on my channels, on Polite Society Podcast, watch that and The Bullet. You know, I love working live. I love working without a net, and I mostly love interacting with the people who are watching. We've got a couple comments I want to get to before they scroll past, and my memory won't hold them that long. C&T Designs and Arms says waiting 2 hours to be able to exercise my rights is 2 hours too long, much less 6 months. I absolutely agree with that, C&T. Another comment I want to get in here real quick. Gun Websites, Pete's here. He says, can you tell us how GRPC is this year? Attendance, new facility, evening events, etc. We are, and for those who are not aware, this is the second time in recent memory we've been in Phoenix. I've been to Phoenix 3 times for Gun Rights Policy Conference. This is the first time in the new facility. The facility we were at before, unfortunately, had a fire. They're still rebuilding that part of the facility. And so we're at a new facility. The people here have treated us extremely well.
I have never had better service at any event venue.
Attendance has been very strong in the room yesterday. We had, I want to say 350, 400.
I don't know what the capacity is, how they have this room set up. I do know that it was literally standing room only. This chair, even the chairs in the back where there aren't tables, those were all full, and people were standing back there listening.
Absolutely, and for a good part of the day.
Yes. Yes, we didn't see the room clear out, even up until 6 o'clock last night. Everybody stayed anchored to their chair. Or to their spot where they were standing.
Yeah. Now today, this is Sunday. A lot of people come to Gun Rights Policy Conference. They hit it Saturday, and they miss the best day. They fly home Saturday night or Sunday, and they miss the best day.
They do.
That's the case this year. Is the room full? No. But, and I've said this from stage before, I'm going to say it on the air right now. The people that are here are the hardcore of the hardcore. The hardcore attend GRPC. The hardcore of the hardcore stay for Sunday. And you watching, you're the hardcore of the hardcore because you're staying with us on Sunday.
Well, and Sunday, I've always thought this is my first live event where I've been here in person, but I have watched several years' worth of GRPC events online, thanks to Paul and his efforts. And I've got to say that Sunday, both on the stage and the people in the room attending the event, today it's all about quality, not quantity. So we may not have as many faces in the room looking back up here at the stage. We may not have as many presentations today because we're going to be about half a day, not a full day. But the presentations that happened today, I mean, again, Trish was up on stage earlier talking about our successes in Nebraska, just like a lot of these folks are representing their grassroots organizations in their given states. And hearing what's working, hearing their successes, learning things, having things to come back and discuss at board meetings and say, hey, why don't we try this? That seemed to work in Georgia. that worked for Florida. It's just been, it's gold. And if you're not tuned in and listening to what's going on today, you're missing out.
We need to go back to the stage. They're getting ready to go.
Okay.
One last comment over on Facebook side. Kevin Sona says Anderson looks sexy on TV. I gotta say, Olivia, you need to pay attention because I think somebody's after your husband.
If he hadn't specified John Anderson, I would have agreed, because she's just off camera where she prefers to be, not on camera. She's not in
right.
the producer's chair, but she's here.
We got to go back to
Thank you.
stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready for our next panel. If somebody could shout out into the hallway and tell people to come on in so we can get going, I would appreciate it. Okay. This panel is entitled The Heart of It All, the Sunshine State, and the Free State. Debatable. So the heart of it all is, oh no, I've got to. Okay, whose motto is the heart of it all?
Part of it all must be Ohio.
Yeah, okay. Yes, and then the Sunshine State, and then my favorite one, though, was Maryland, the Free State, which I think Mark will have something to say about that. You can sit there or use the mic, whichever you would prefer.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's only 11 a.m. So welcome, everybody. My name's Angela Armstrong. I'm with Buckeye Firearms Association, Buckeye Firearms Foundation, and the Faster Saves Lives program. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about what has been going on in the state of Ohio. One of the large things we passed last year was the permitless carry. I know Sean's going to talk a little bit about permitless carry in Florida. Another thing we did was repealed the duty to promptly inform law enforcement if you're pulled over. You had to promptly let the officer know that you had a firearm with you. What's promptly? So we did get that repealed. And another thing was exempting school personnel for the FASTER program to get 700 hours of training just like a typical law enforcement officer. So we did get that changed, and there's still some changes that we need to make in House Bill 99 to make it a little improved. We also added knives to
the state's preemption protections. And another thing that was huge, since we all learned from COVID shutdowns that we needed to limit government power during emergencies to protect the 2A rights. So that was a few things that we accomplished last year. We're now working on church carry. There's too many places where criminals know they can find vulnerable people due to unnecessary prohibitions. Churches remain among the largest places where this is true. While all other businesses are free to decide for themselves if they want to prohibit the carrying of firearms, the law by default makes churches off limits to conceal carry and requires they grant specific permission to individuals who wish to carry a firearm to protect themselves and their families. This puts the churches in legal jeopardy as they potentially are liable for the conduct of individuals they permit to carry, unlike other businesses and nonprofits. And they've also been a frequent target of criminals to come in and murder the churchgoers, and we know that all too well from those that have occurred in the last few years. So we are supporting efforts to treat churches the same as any other businesses and corporations so that carry is allowed by default. And congressional leadership can decide whether they want to post no gun signs. Another huge thing is restoration of rights. We're really working on that again this year. One of the bright spots was the end of last session when we began the dialogue with the Ohio legislators about the prospect of restoring rights of low-level offenders who have paid their debt to society to purchase, possess, and carry a firearm. This has long been a priority of Buckeye Firearms Association, and we look forward to a dialogue with members of the House and Senate to find a process that is agreeable. In some cases, the offenses that result in the loss of rights are decades old, and some kids, basically all of us when we were kids, younger age, we did stupid stuff. Some people got caught, and now they're still paying the price for that. So since they've led a clean life, we just need to correct and restore their rights. And the last thing we've got on our agenda for this year is a new bill that was just introduced in the last couple weeks. It's Senator Terry Johnson. It's prohibit the tracking of retail firearm purchases. So if you go to Cabela's and you buy, say for instance, a pair of boots that might cost you $400, I don't know if they have boots that expensive, but they could flag that as being a firearm purchase. So we want to prohibit financial institutions from tracking firearms purchases and to prohibit government entities from maintaining a registry of firearms or firearms owners. So we take baby steps to get things accomplished in Ohio, and we're just going to keep going forward and try to improve what we already have going in the state of Ohio. So thanks for everybody to coming here today and the opportunity for me to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on in the state of Ohio. Thank you.
Well, good morning, you lovely, freedom-loving Americans. We've had some progress in Florida. It wasn't what we were told we were going to get. They said we're going to have constitutional carry in Florida. It's not what we got. We got an unlicensed concealed carry of handguns and 4 other non-firearm defensive weapons. Not constitutional carry. We got a relaxation of a law that you heard Dave Koppel talk about yesterday. Remember, he spoke about a law that was enacted to keep lynch mobs, to keep black people from stopping lynch mobs by outlawing the Winchester repeater and making people get a license for it. That's the same law that created your Florida concealed carry license. It's had a number of amendments throughout the years, including applying it to pistols. The court said that it would never pass constitutional muster back in 1941. Well, instead of anyone actually challenging that law, they made it worse. 1987, things got a little bit better. We started actually issuing those licenses to people, mostly fairly, some not. What's happened now? People have gotten so used to having their rights trampled on. When they get a little bit of it back, they start to celebrate as we really won something. We've lost so much more than we won. And we're not going to let that stand. They took away the right to bear arms from 18 to 20-year-olds in the state of Florida just recently. That's got to end. They take away the rights of people to carry if they've had a withhold of adjudication. That means a judge has found that you're not likely to reoffend. You might not have even offended in this case. Florida Supreme Court said the people who have had a withhold of adjudication have not lost their right to bear arms, but they can't carry a gun in Florida for at least 3 years, even though there's been no adjudication of their guilt. This is wrong, and we're going to continue to fight this. So much of the progress we make, and I'm not saying that it's not a wonderful thing that more Floridians and more visitors to our state who are law-abiding people are going to be able to carry now concealed a handgun. This was absolute progress, and we will take those incremental steps every chance we get to get these laws back, or to get these rights back. But these freedoms won't be restored in just the legislature. They won't be restored in just the courts. They'll also be restored at the ballot box. They'll be restored by what you do. And we have allies. We have allies you might not even have thought about. The public defenders in our state have been starting to work with us. They can help us find plaintiffs, good people who've been arrested for doing something that should be their right. They've been coming to us, we're working with them. More cases are going to be coming out very soon, some filed by us, some where we're supporting the public defenders, some where our attorneys are giving of their time. They're giving pro bono hours and working these cases. Look around in your state. Talk to the public defenders. Talk to the prosecutors. We have some prosecutors, friendly pro-gun prosecutors, who are talking to us now, who are looking at these laws, and they see that under Bruen, they can't prosecute people. Unfortunately, not all of our prosecutors think that way. Not all of our law enforcement agencies think that way. Our rank and file cops are some of the best in the world. Unfortunately, not all of their leadership respects our right to bear arms. And those are the people we're talking to. Those are the people who we're trying to move the needle with. But until they will come and support what we're doing, we have to file more lawsuits. We have to find more good legislators. We have to primary out some bad ones. So if I have a message for any of you, go back to your state. Talk to those people who you didn't know could be your ally. They're out there and they're working hard, and they need your support. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Pennick. I'm the president of Maryland Shall Issue. Yes, that Maryland, the free state. The state that prides itself on its motto is a state of tolerance and freedom, a bastion of tolerance and freedom. Well, we got it all. We got red flag laws, we got assault weapons bans, we have what's called a handgun qualification license where you can't purchase a handgun. We have the whole panoply of gun control, and they haven't stopped there. The good news, with the help from friends like Second Amendment Foundation, the FPC, and the NRA, yes, the NRA, all those issues are in court. And we expect good results, even in the Fourth Circuit. So if I talk like a lawyer, I can't help it because I've been a lawyer for about 50 years, so you'll have to indulge me. I can't talk any other way. So what I am here not to talk about how bad Maryland is. You all probably already know that. And how hopeless it is, but we don't think it is, because with Buren in our pocket, we have a remedy now that we didn't have before. But the assault's not limited to the Second Amendment. They're going after your First Amendment rights, too. And I wanted to bring this case to your attention because this is going to spread. And the case is Maryland Shall Issue versus Anne Arundel County, Maryland. And that's the county in which the state capital sits, Annapolis. And they decided, guns are bad. We all know that. And gun dealers are bad, FFLs. We don't let them around. Can't get rid of them, but we can make them distribute our literature. And what does the literature say? Well, the mere access to a firearm is more likely to make you commit suicide. The mere access to a firearm is going to make you more likely to use violence in conflict resolution. So every dealer in that county is required upon the sale of any firearm or any ammunition down to the last box of 22s to distribute the county's literature that makes sure that every purchaser knows that mere access to those guns and that ammunition is going to make you commit suicide. Now, I don't know about you, but the last time I checked, my firearms did not emit some invisible vapor that makes me want to commit crime or suicide. But that's how they believe. And yes, we've challenged it in federal district court, and we lost. Welcome to Maryland. We're now in the Fourth Circuit, and the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals briefing is complete, and the county wasn't content to rely on their own attorneys. They brought in every town. So we went through months worth of depositions and high expense discovery. They then hired Hogan and Lowell. That's Neil Cattell, for you that don't know. We're going to have that argument in the Fourth Circuit in the first week of December. That's coming up. Now, I rather relish that because when I spent 3 decades at the Department of Justice, I worked with him. He was Deputy Solicitor General at the time, so this will be a nice come-home present. So we expect to prevail, but I don't know because this is the Fourth Circuit. It's not the Fourth Circuit of a couple of years ago, but it's still the Fourth Circuit. But this is coming to every single state in which the anti-gunners have a majority. And it can come to individual counties as well. So don't think for a moment your First Amendment rights are safe, because they're not. If they can do it in Maryland, they can do it anywhere. And they will do it somewhere. So I beg of you, if you have that issue come up, please contact me. I'll share with you the briefs. There's case law on this. You should prevail. So it's not just the Second Amendment rights. The Second Amendment right protects the first, but the first protects the second. So all of your constitutional rights are on the state. So for the Fourth Amendment and the red flag law, a huge aspect to it. The Fifth Amendment due process requirements, a huge aspect of the red flag law. The Second Amendment now is in play in the red flag law. All the constitutional rights you have are being ignored in these legislations. So don't think it's just the second. The Bill of Rights is at stake. So I thank you.
We're going to bring up the next group of state speakers. Pink and White Lady Slipper, Saguaro, Cactus Blossom, and Orange Blossom, an interesting bouquet. We have Brian Strasser from Minnesota, Eric Friday from Florida, and Kwang Nguyen from Arizona State. And he is the president of ASRPA, and if you were at the reception last night, I think you got to hear from him and hear his stories. Gentlemen?
All right, I'm just waiting on my slides to show here. Okay, awesome. I'm Brian Strauser, chairman for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Look, I'm super jealous of those of you in red states, because in Minnesota, every single thing we do is a fight. It's a fight because our state looks like this. Half of our population is in the blue portions you see on the map: Duluth, Rochester, the Twin Cities, and Moorhead, Minnesota. The other half of the state, our governor refers to as the land of rocks and cows. There's nothing there, in his mind. Our governor is Tim Walz. Tim was just reelected last year. He was an A-rated, NRA-endorsed congressman when he was a congressman. When he decided to run for governor, he signed up for every single bit of gun control that you can imagine. In last year's election, we went from a Republican-controlled Senate and a Democrat-controlled House. In Minnesota, we call the Democrats the DFL, by the way, the Democrat Farmer Labor Party. They don't really represent farmers anymore. They got a trifecta. They got the Senate by 1 vote. They held the House by a handful of seats. And even though we have some pro-gun DFLers, we didn't have enough to overcome that majority. So we knew going into the session they were going to try everything they could, and it was all going to come down to 1 vote in the Minnesota Senate. And I happen to have some rural Democrat senators. So as we geared up for the fight, we remembered this: no man's life, liberty, or property are safe while the legislature is in session. Our legislature, in odd numbers of years, goes from January to May, so we had a pretty short time frame. They started with the governor's omnibus gun control bill: universal background checks, red flag gun confiscation, raise the age to 21, magazine limits, and we had some crazy ideas on mag limits, a safe storage bill, and more. That's where we started. Then my state senator, John Marty, said, well, we need more than that, because we need to register gun owners so that some of these 16-year-olds can't go out and buy guns. Clearly, he doesn't know much about what the law actually says. By the time we got to the midpoint of session, this is what all they had introduced: registration of magazines, bans on magazines, registration of rifles, permit to possess a firearm, liability insurance, no carry at government facilities or property or parks or libraries or recreation centers, or really anything that you can imagine. 1 firearm a month, and you can kind of see the list goes on. We even had physical and mental health testing to buy a gun. This is all post-Bruin, by the way. And then Senator Jen McEwen from Duluth introduced an actual assault weapons ban. But she said it's not really a ban because you can keep it until you die, but you can't transfer it or buy it or move it out of state. When you die, you have to turn it in to be destroyed. The problem that they all had is this: our organization, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, and our thousands of members, which one of the most liberal TV commentators said when these bills were introduced, the caucus is a very powerful group and is going to stop a lot of this from happening. And we did. Now, when the hearings came around, our head of government affairs, Rob Dorr, along with a pretty diverse set of testifiers, testified against these bills. We brought African-American ministers, we brought Somali security officers, we brought primarily female testifiers, we brought retired law enforcement. Who were we up against in the hearings? White suburban women from Moms Demand Action. They even introduced a safe storage bill that violated the core holding in Heller, introduced by a Hennepin County prosecutor, my state rep. I got a great set of representatives, as you can tell. One of the tactics we used to stop this is we got our members to go to their sheriffs. Their sheriffs were pretty irritated to find out that their president of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association testified in favor of gun control without most of them voting on it or knowing about it. So 78 of our 83 county sheriffs wrote letters to the legislature saying we are opposed to all of this crap. My favorite letter came from a county attorney, a county prosecutor, who wrote a 10-paragraph legal analysis of the safe storage bill to my state rep, the chief author, and basically told her, I don't understand how you graduated law school. By the time we got to April, with 6 weeks to go in the session, WCCO Radio, largest TV or radio station in the state, said support appears to be lacking to get the bills across the finish line and onto Governor Walz's desk. By the time we got to kind of the end game of session, we had stopped all of this stuff, and they had gotten scared enough on the two things they thought they could get through, red flag gun confiscation and universal background checks. They actually took it out of the governor's public safety omnibus bill and started moving it through the legislature without any gun control provisions. But yet we were sitting here going, there's no way they're not going to try to get something done on the floor. And we were right. In the conference committee at 2 a.m., they brought out a new version of the bill, 350 pages of public safety policy and finance, and they stuck the red flag gun confiscation and universal background checks in the bill. Now, they were watered down from what they started with. So they were near as bad as what we had in January. But this all came down to, all right, we're going to have a fight on the Senate floor. And did we have a fight? But at the end of the day, they got it through by one vote. So 2 or 3 Democrat senators have signed their own re-election failure for 2026 because we are not going to forget this. At the end of the day, they failed on all of these things except for those 2 watered-down provisions. So we made a shirt design for our Moms Demand Action friends. We have a trifecta, and all we got were these 2 watered-down gun control bills. Now, so in our minds, we won the strategic fight here. We lost a couple battles along the way. But we also had some big victories. Along with the Second Amendment Foundation and the Firearms Policy Coalition and 3 brave young adults in Minnesota, we got Minnesota's 18 to 20-year-old prohibition on carrying a firearm struck down. But of course, our Attorney General is Keith Ellison. So we'll be back in front of the 8th Circuit dealing with the appeal. The briefs are in. We're just waiting on the oral argument to be scheduled. But the 8th Circuit is not favorable to Keith Ellison and his appeal. There's one Democrat-appointed judge on the entire circuit. So we feel pretty good about our odds there. But of course, we'll see what happens. We also have a new obstacle in the state. The University of Minnesota Law School in January started a gun violence prevention clinic headed by Professor Megan Walsh, who is a former Giffords attorney. She, as a young lawyer, filed an amicus brief in the McDonald case arguing that cities should be able to ban guns. But she says she's a fair Second Amendment advocate and will teach her students appropriately. So in 2024, we'll have the House up for election. In 2026, the Senate and the governor's office. We're not giving up. We're going to keep this fight on, and we're going to bring this on to victory in 2024. Thank you.
Listening to Brian, I'm reminded of being told if I like my insurance, I can keep it too. I'm Eric Friday. I'm General Counsel for Florida Carry. I engage in both lobbying, helping draft legislation, and litigating to try and protect the rights of Floridians and the rights of visitors to our state to defend themselves and to be able to keep and possess arms. Right now, we're having to force change and call out judges. The simple command of Bruin to show a similar historical statute continues to be ignored by judges in our state. For example, in a recent case, a gentleman was open carrying while holding the Constitution in one hand, waving to his potential constituents in the other while campaigning. And he was broadcasting this on YouTube Live just after the Bruin decision last year. And we had the trial earlier this year, and even though the state did not present no evidence of any historical statute justifying a ban on open carry, the judge said that doesn't matter. So in other words, this judge just ignored the United States Supreme Court. But that's not enough to have a judge removed from the bench. On October 17th, we'll have oral argument in the Florida First District Court of Appeals on the question of whether or not our citizens can sue our point of contact agency in state court for refusing not to take any action, for refusing to take no action and not rendering a decision on purchase approvals. You think you have a right to have a decision within 3 days or you get to pick up your gun? Not in Florida. Our point of contact agency now says, post-Parkland, that they can wait as long as they want, months or years, to even render a decision, and you have no right, according to them, to sue the state point of contact agency, nor do you have any right to any type of hearing to obtain any relief. That same agency we have been waiting for a year for the court to rule whether that same agency has illegally charged over 8 million Floridians over $40 million in illegal background check fees that they charged law enforcement and concealed carry licensees in violation of Florida law. But again, they say they are not subject to suit, and we have no right to access the courts to bring them to heel. Most recently, we had a gentleman who was arrested for protesting at a campaign event, and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the local police department arrested him for protesting in a city park when he was denied entry to a city building with a firearm, even though by law in Florida he is allowed to enter that city building with a firearm. So we have a lot of work to do in Florida. We're doing it every day. It's only because people like you at this conference support your state agencies that we have the funding to do that, and we would encourage you to continue to support your state organizations and help them help you and protect your rights. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kwang Win, state legislator and also president of Arizona State Rifle and Pistol Association. So I'm just going to give you a quick update on what's happening in Arizona. Back in June, the city of Phoenix decided that it was kind of cute to donate 599 unclaimed firearms to Ukraine, as if somehow 599 unclaimed firearms is going to help win the war. And so anyhow, my seatmate and I sent off a letter to the city of Phoenix letting them know that they're actually breaking the state law, because when it comes to disposal of firearms, unclaimed firearms, it is a state business, not a city business. So I met with the city sometime later, and they actually sort of give me the middle finger, that they're going to go ahead and continue to get the contract signed off and ship the guns. So we filed what you call, Bliss and I filed what you call 1487. SB 1487 was actually passed in 2016 that would allow legislators to go ahead and file a complaint directly to the AG, and then the AG has exactly 30 days to investigate and file a report. So just so you know, on Wednesday, just a couple of days ago, the report coming back saying that the city of Phoenix violated state laws in doing what they're doing. So to me, it's kind of a sweet thing. We won, number one. Number two, to have a Democrat AG spanking a Democrat mayor is just so sweet. So I'm not about to display what we're going to do next, but the next step is the penalty, and it's going to be costly. I just want the mayor to understand that. So what do we do as legislators? What we do is we need your help, every one of you, writing to us, talking to us, sharing with us the knowledge that you got this weekend. We need to understand that. We need to know the wins and the losses throughout the country so we can make adjustment to legislation. There isn't much that we can do with Governor Hobbs in office. Not much we can do. She's going to veto everything. But I want to say this in a very nice way. I don't believe in the circular firing squad. What I want to say to you is, don't allow even Republican legislators and candidates to use the Second Amendment as a talking point. So often, you have legislators claiming to be a supporter of the Second Amendment. You just display that. But not one time you see them lift a finger to help out somebody like Bliss and myself. They don't go there. As a matter of fact, if you look around, there aren't a whole lot of legislators from the state of Arizona in this building. Not a whole lot. So we need you to hold their feet to the fire and say, hey, we want to help you. This is the information. This is what's happening throughout the entire nation. And the most important question is, why weren't you here at the conference? And we need to do that. So I'm going to turn into Washington, D.C. just a little bit. I'm not so concerned about what Washington, D.C. is doing. What I'm concerned is the unelected bureaucrats making rules at the ATF. Please pay attention to that, and we need the lawyers to go out there and start attacking these people. I am proud to say that 2 years ago, we crashed the party and got rid of David Chipman. That's what we did at the state of Arizona, and we need to continue to do that. So I'm going to leave you with this, very simple. There are no more helicopters on rooftops from this point on out. We better start looking at the Second Amendment and save our freedom. Thank you.
I would like to ask Alexander, Holly, and Philip to come up. My apologies for messing things up. Alexander, do you want to start?
Sure. Ladies first. Good morning, everybody. I'm Alexander Rubian with the New Jersey Second Amendment Society, and also managing managing editor at NJ2AS News. That might actually red flag me now. So every time I come here, I always suffer from PTSD. In New Jersey, we have restrictions on the types of guns we can purchase, the types of ammunition we can purchase and carry, and also use at the gun range. And then every year I come here and Julianne pulls me aside and says, "You got 5 minutes." So I'm always used to, being controlled and regulated in ways that most people don't understand. Then I got the agenda for today's speech, and it said liberty and prosperity. And jokingly, which Julianne did not pick up on my sense of humor, I said, "Hey, I think there's a problem with the title of my speech, Liberty and Prosperity," where she wrote back like a novel about my state motto, as if I should have known. So, sorry about that. I'm not getting invited next year, I can see you already. Ladies and gentlemen, at NJ2AS, we strongly encourage results-oriented activism. And what I mean by that is, for decades, we complained in the Garden State that it took months, and I'm not exaggerating, months, for people just to buy a firearm to possess in their home. When I took over as a new president in 2015, I said, this has to stop and we have to change this. I strongly believe that the most powerful tool is the camera. And we staged for 6 months undercover investigations where we went into dozens of police departments. And what we captured on video was outrageous. We had government agents telling women, "I'm going to deny your application. Don't even waste your time trying. You're too small to own a gun." One police officer, I'm not exaggerating, this is all on camera. You can watch it on nj2as.org or our YouTube channel and social media. Then a police officer was bragging about how he denied a woman a firearm ID card just to purchase a firearm for self-defense because she was, quote unquote, too old, in his opinion, to own a gun. We received a tip that disabled people that are already shooting competitively and have firearms are being denied in certain towns. So what did I do? I called my handicapped friends and I said, "Hey, you want to put on this camera and go into these police departments and just ask for a firearm ID card application?" Sure enough, we did that, and boom, they were being denied. They wouldn't even allow them to apply, even though they were very capable of owning a firearm as they have been for years and shooting competitively. We held a large press conference in December of 2015, and within 10 days, the governor of New Jersey at the time, Governor Christie, who's not pro-gun, by the way, despite what he says, signed an executive order citing our videos and that these illegal activities has to stop. Imagine that. We needed the governor of New Jersey to step in because of our undercover videos and to tell police departments, you can not deny people for these reasons and you have to issue permits. And guess what? After decades of complaining and nothing changing and lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, people started calling us and getting back to us and saying, I got my permit in 5 days. I got my permit within 7 days. My last one took 8. My last one took 14 months one person was waiting. And those are the types of tactics that we use in New Jersey to get results-oriented activism. Now, we didn't stop there. Over the past 8 years, we've been able to infiltrate every level of government, Moms Demand Action, the Bloombergs, and all of those anti-American, anti-self-defense organizations, and record undercover videos on how they undermine not only our Constitution, but our individual rights, and destroy America from within. We're going to be launching these videos very shortly, so I ask for your support and help to be able to allow us to bring this message out, because what happens in New Jersey does not stay in New Jersey. We need your support, and remember, in conclusion, if the Second Amendment is denied anywhere in America, it is being denied everywhere in America. And if the Second Amendment dies, I can promise you right now, America will die with it. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Holly Sullivan. I am very proud to be the newest board member of the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms, which is an incredible honor. I am a selectman in the town of Southbury, Connecticut. I serve on the advisory board of the DC Project and have worked with that amazing organization for 8 years. I'm a certified instructor and range safety officer. What I'm here to speak to you today is president of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League, which is a 43,000 member Second Amendment legislative action group in one of the toughest states for gun control. So for us, gun control changed overnight in December of 2012. And it has truly been a battleground for responsible and law-abiding gun owners every day since, due to deeply seated anti-2A organizations and politicians who have become established in our state. This legislative session was one of the most difficult that we have seen in 10 years. But our members were engaged and involved by attending workshops. We had 410 attendees at CCDL legislative workshops this year. We tracked 94 bills in Connecticut. We attended 3 public hearings, which our members attended. And our members, 4,160 CCDL members, submitted testimony during legislative session, which was a new record for our organization. Thank you. So this legislative session, we had an ammo tax bill, which we defeated. We had a portion of a bill requiring micro-stamping on firearms, which was defeated. We had a success in an option for email notification of permit renewals. But we had a major defeat in a bill called HB 6667, which is an act addressing gun violence. It did pass and was signed into law. But the version that passed contained less than 40% of the original extreme proposals. And I want to thank our legislators who worked very hard to get that narrowed down to what it is. And it's not perfect, and we'll talk about that. And I would like to recognize that one of our Connecticut state legislators is here in Phoenix with us today. But so HB 6667 did pass the House 96 to 51 and in the Senate 24 to 11. And that makes sense because the majority party has a trifecta of control. And when they have 98 House seats to only 53 of the minority party and 24 Senate seats to only 12, how do you move the bar forward? But we're dedicated to doing it. We also did get a fix-it bill passed in the very last hours at the end of legislative session, which allowed for open carry on private property, allowed for open carry for armed security, honor guard, and reenactments who become exempted, and opens up a large capacity magazine declaration for those who did not declare in 2013. But what I really want to talk about is that despite frustrations in legislative session, CCDL is standing up and challenging unconstitutional laws. We currently have 2 cases progressing in court and a variety of amicus briefs. We have one case challenging local city municipalities and their failure to issue permits in a timely manner. And we have another case that we're extremely excited about, that we're very proud and grateful to be partnering with the Second Amendment Foundation in a suit which is challenging Connecticut's very unconstitutional ban on modern sporting arms, which our state likes to call assault weapons. But our panel today is about truth in advertising. And yesterday, CCDL was recognized as the Grassroots Organization of the Year. Does that mean that we have steady wins? No. Does it mean that we beat every bill that comes forward in our state? No. The truth for states like mine is that our work is extraordinarily challenging and is often frustrating. What it means is that our people have tremendous passion and commitment for what we are doing. We are holding the cancer back because it is spreading everywhere around this country. We're in touch and collaborating at every step, and we are particularly proud through groups like the Second Amendment Foundation. President Kennedy famously said that we do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And defeating gun control in states like Connecticut, New Jersey, California, New York, Maryland, Massachusetts, it's extremely hard. It's like going to the moon. But it's not impossible, and I'm incredibly proud of 43,000 members in Connecticut that get up every day, never losing sight that someday we will get there. And in the meantime, we will fight behind the blue curtain and hold the line. And I do welcome anybody who's going to be in the Hartford area. We will be holding a rally on September 30th on the steps in Hartford. If you or any of your family members are around, I welcome you to join us. And you can find us at ccdl.us. Thank you.
Start my 5-minute timer. I have a nightmare for throwing me off the stage. Yeah, and here are the real hardcore people again. Glad that you're here. Thank you very much for hanging in there through all of this. There's important information throughout this wonderful conference, and I want to thank the CCR, KBN, SAF for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm Philip Van Cleve. I'm the president of the Virginia Citizens Defense League. Back in 2019, we had a problem. Gun owners didn't show up at the polls, and basically we ended up with a trifecta on the wrong side. We also ended up in early 2020 with 50,000 gun owners showing up in Richmond, making it the biggest gun rally, I think, in history. And that in turn tamed down the gun control that we couldn't completely stop because of the trifecta. But for example, they had an assault weapon ban. They couldn't get rid of that bill fast enough back in 2020. They even threw it in front of a committee it wasn't supposed to go in front of to kill it immediately because they knew that was what a lot of those people out there, the 50,000, were there to do. So, and so we got gun control in 2020 and 2021 that undid a lot of what we did before, but it was more mooted than it would have been normally. And then in 2021, the House was up for election, and the pro-gun side took back the House, so the trifecta got broken up. And then we also had the election for the governor and lieutenant governor, attorney general, and the pro-gun swept that as well. So now all we had left was that was on the wrong side was the Senate by just 1 or 2 votes. But that in turn blocked us from getting much done like this year and last year. One thing we did get through, thanks to knife rights, was switchblades. We got them legalized. We got them legalized in 2022, but we left out the part that you couldn't put them in your pocket because they were still a concealed weapon, and we only cover concealed handguns. So this year we came back and we got that in. So now they're legal to own, legal to carry, concealed, and all that. And it almost passed. I mean, those bills passed by huge majorities, huge. I mean, the Democrats were jumping on board with the switchblade bill. So we plan on working more on knives as well next year. We did protect our concealed handgun permit database from being given away. Like if the FBI came and said, we want a copy of all your permit holders, that they can't do that now. That's locked out. So we did get that much done. Got a couple other little cleanup things done. In Virginia this year, The entire General Assembly is up for grabs, the whole thing, the House and the Senate. So this is a chance to completely change everything. And since we got pro-gun governor and lieutenant governor, pro-gun House, if those people can hang on to the House and we can flip the Senate, we only need a couple seats to change, we'll have a trifecta our way. And we plan to go in and tell the Republicans in this case, we want you to do for us this year what the Democrats did for the gun controllers in 2020 and 2021 with all that gun control. We want to undo all of that. We want our full preemption back. We want to be able to carry again in the General Assembly, at state agency buildings like DMV, and so forth. So if elections don't go well, we've been doing some suing in Virginia. We sued the city of Winchester. I have to say city, because if I just say Winchester, people are going, why are you suing a gun manufacturer? So we're suing the city. We sued the city of Winchester. We won. The judge said that their ban on carry in parks and permitted events was unconstitutional, so they took that off their books right away. And we also are suing on universal background checks. We got a partial win there. Initially, the judge said that 18 to 20-year-olds are exempt from universal background checks if they're buying a handgun, because if they weren't exempt, they'd have to go through a dealer, and a dealer cannot transfer a handgun to somebody under 21. So we protected them for the last few years, and that case should be coming up pretty soon to kind of settle the whole issue about the unconstitutionality of universal background checks. We're probably going to cast our eyes on the city of Roanoke next. We only had 7 localities out of over 200, 17 localities out of over 200 that did local gun control, even though they all could. That's because the majority of the state was a Second Amendment sanctuary. Thank you again for being here. I sense she's coming after me. And I look forward to the battle. You know, we've got to do this to protect our country. Thank you.
I want to thank you all, and if there was any way I could give you more time, believe me, I would do it. I'm sending out sort of a proposal for an after view of GRPC, and I have an idea, and what I would like to see is that we offer the same group that is on Sunday on Friday afternoon. So if somebody comes back and asks you about it, what we would do is you people would get 2 bites of the apple. And we do it on Friday afternoon. You guys are stalwarts. You guys make SAF successful in terms of finding litigants and everything else. And I am really glad to call you friends. And Alexander, you know what? You didn't call me back so many times, I didn't know you were joking. So anyway, thank you so much. We have Doug, just one group before you, and my brain's not working. Also, I usually have a huge, big printout, and I don't have one, so I'm trying to read the little thing. Thank you.
I had to. It feels pretty powerful, yeah. It feels very powerful.
All right.
Is this the Sooner State panel?
Yes, please.
Who are the guests? It is? Is this the Sooner State panel?
Hello there. Can everyone hear me? All right. My name is Terry Thompson. I'm the Director of Operations for the Oklahoma Second Amendment Association. And I'm here to, first I want to thank Alan, Julianne, Jennifer, and everybody at SAF for this opportunity. OK2A is the most active Liberty group, underfunded Liberty group in Oklahoma. We have a full-time lobbyist at the state capitol every minute that the legislature is in session. In the last 12 years, we've gotten over 160 pro-2A and pro-liberty bills passed in our legislature. Well, one of the ways we get our bills passed with full-time lobbyists, he's also our president, Don Spencer. He sends out legislative updates via either text or our app, which you can find on either Android or iPhone. Just search for OK2A. Some of the bills we've gotten passed. Castle Doctrine is extended to your business. We have no liability for churches and businesses. If somebody uses a gun in a self-defense action, the business of the church cannot be sued. The big deal, our biggest accomplishment in May of 2021, we are first and the only state still to have an anti-red flag law. It is against statute and, thank you, it's against statute in Oklahoma to either pass or enforce a red flag law. We do not have a Democrat problem in our legislature. We're 80+% red in both the Senate and the House. Our governor, Kevin Stitt, has signed every one of our bills that's gotten to his desk. His very first bill that he signed was the constitutional carry, where you're blessed in Oklahoma. If you're tired of living in a red state, come to Oklahoma. We'd love to welcome you. The bill. What? Did I screw it up? Oh. Actually, folks, I never make a mistake. I was checking to see if y'all were paying attention. I'm always right. You know, I've got 2 ex-wives that never grasped that concept that I was right about everything. Can you imagine? And they left me. Can you imagine that? Anyway, we are, the way we've done it, 4 years ago, January, our 4th chapter opened. We have all 50 of our 77 counties covered by chapters. We had the first, 4 years ago this January, we opened our 4th one. That was my first involvement with OK2A, K County, Oklahoma. We've now got over 50. We've done that in just under 4 years. And the way we do it, we have a coordinator in each county. He's responsible for finding a venue and setting a day, date, and time for the meeting. I encourage him to have meetings every month. If you skip a month when you're having meetings, how can you get the troops to know that these meetings are important if we don't think they're important? So it's vital. If you want to try this in your state, this is grassroots at the very bottom of the pile. And it works. It's worked in Oklahoma. It's taken us 12 years to get there, so it's not going to happen overnight wherever you're at, but it can be done. One of the things that this has done for me, I'm almost 76, being involved in this fight for liberty has brought peace to my heart. I have fun and excitement every day of my life because it's a hell of a lot more fun fighting against these tyrants than it is laying down for them. We're on a growth path in Oklahoma. My goal is to get all 77 counties covered by Christmas of next year. By the way, Oklahoma, 77 counties, 2 presidential elections in a row, we were red all the way across the state. Every county voted Republican in our last election. That's why I'm living in Oklahoma. I'm from there. I'm from there originally. I left when I was 6 years old. I moved back when I was 69 when I retired because I've lived in large cities, Dallas twice, Kansas City, Phoenix, Albuquerque, and I've seen the cities going to hell for the last 25 years. And I'm in a town of 3,200 people. Town where I'm at, people leave their doors unlocked. They pull up to the convenience store in their $65,000 truck and leave the engine running with the windows rolled down. Can you imagine? It's a little bit of heaven. I just feel so blessed to be involved with this, so blessed to be here. the Second Amendment Foundation, Gun Owners of America, Firearms Policy Institute are carrying the heavy load on the national level. And OK2A is strictly local, strictly Oklahoma. But that's where you can make things happen. When our president sends out his legislative alerts, call your state senator, call your congressman, call your U.S. senator, call the governor's office, we literally can melt the phone lines at our state capitol. And that takes a lot of those wishy-washy people. They know which way to wish. It makes a huge difference. It's organization. Organization. Put pressure on these people. And the best way to do that is with phone calls, emails, and text. These guys all want to get reelected. I think we all know there's very few of our politicians that base their decisions based on principle. They base their decisions based on their own best interests, which means getting reelected. So that's the place, that's the tender spot to hit them at. This can be done in every state. Every state can have an anti-red flag law, but you have to start now. When you get back home, get on it. I'm going to be hanging around. If anybody wants my card with my number, please come up and grab it. I'll be glad to answer any questions. I can send you bill texts or whatever. Folks, we are in a battle for our children and our grandchildren now. That's what's important. I'm almost 76. I'm not going to have to deal with this crap as long as most people in this country. And that is somewhat of a comfort when I start getting depressed. But folks, this is so important. You need to get out, get people organized. I'm also the official poet laureate of OK2A because I wrote a little poem a while ago from our coordinators. Some people talk, some people do. I'm discovering who is who. I bet everybody in this room knows that it's really easy to find somebody that'll sit and talk about liberty for a couple of hours with you. But getting them to get off their butt and miss Wheel of Fortune and come to a meeting once a month, those are the people who are doers. And that's the people I target. When I see somebody wearing an NRA cap or an OK2A, anything indicate that they're a firearms interest, I go up, lay my card in front of them, I tell them who I am, have you heard about us? And at that point, their reaction, I have a 5-second pitch or a 45-minute pitch, depending on what kind of response I get. I want them, if they respond, I'll take the 45 minutes to talk to them. And I've got many regular attendees at our meetings because of that approach. When you see somebody in public that you can tell that they're a 2A person, go talk to them. Again, it's grassroots organization. This stuff is critical, folks. And so I just feel blessed to be here. Thank you so much to SAF and everybody. God help us. God help us. This is serious times, folks. There's no time to lay back. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Hi, my name is Doug Mayhall. I'm the president of the Illinois State Rifle Association. We were founded in 1903, so this is our 120th anniversary. I'm very, very proud of that. Illinois, like so many other states, is getting so many draconian gun laws that they're trying to pass and are passed. And Illinois has an absolutely terrible bill that was passed into law on January 10th of this year. And it makes 170 guns by name specifically outlawed, as well as whole categories of guns. If it has a threaded barrel, if it has a pistol grip, these are all outlawed. And they have to be registered or surrendered by January 1st of 2024. And this is so bad that immediately we filed a lawsuit against it. The lawsuit is now in the 7th Circuit Court. We're waiting for a reply from what their view is going to be on it. Our lawsuit was enjoined with lawsuits from several other gun groups in Illinois, so we have the best lawyers in the country, including lawyers that were here at this convention, that they're supporting us. Now, no matter who loses this lawsuit in the Seventh Circuit, we expect that it will be gone up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and we're very hopeful that they will hear the case because of the Brune case. It goes against that. And then if it goes to the Supreme Court, we're very hopeful that we will win it there and we'll get our gun rights back. However, time is not on our side because by January 1st, we have to have everything registered or surrendered. But that's not all. In Illinois, on last Monday, they passed a law that went into effect that there's no cash bail anymore. You can commit almost any crime other than murder. The police will arrest you, and they'll let you go on your own recognizance. And, gee, Mr. Criminal, come back in 2 months for your court date. Do you think that criminals are going to come back to the court date? I don't think so. They're going to go keep committing the crimes that they have. And then it gets worse. We also passed a law that non-citizens, they can become police officers, and they can also carry the guns that we will not be allowed to carry. And, I mean, it's just unbelievable the things that Illinois is doing. And then it even gets worse again. In Chicago and in Cook County, they have a state's attorney there named Kim Fox, and she's letting violent criminals go, not with cash bail, but not even charging them. So they can go commit a crime, they can burglarize, they can pistol whip somebody, and she just lets them go. Her feeling is that, well, they're poor, it's not fair to put them in jail, so I won't even bother arresting them. But what about the criminal, or what about the victims? Somebody that's pistol whipped, robbed, raped, their stores is victimized, they're left out holding the cold, so the criminal have more rights than the citizens do, unfortunately. And then when this law does come in effect in January, about the only firearms we're going to have to protect ourselves are going to be revolvers. Revolvers typically hold 5 or 6 rounds. I think everybody has seen videos in the nightly news of gangs of thugs roaming around the cities. There's 4, 5, 10, even 20 of them. They come and attack you. What is a revolver going to do with 5 or 6 shots? You need a semi-automatic. So it's, again, the criminals are having more rights than we have. And then our governor, he wants to become president. It used to be a secret. It's pretty widely known now. And to that end, he has said that he will sponsor the Democrats' convention in Chicago, and he said he would pay for the whole thing. It's going to cost between $130 and $150 million, but his net worth is $3.2 billion, so it won't cost him anything out of his pocketbook, really. And then, but he'll have the center stage to promote his wanting to be the president. So it's just another bad thing. And what can people do to protect their rights? I think everybody knows what to do. You're here for one thing, and obviously it's to join nationally groups like the Second Amendment Foundation, which are all here, Gun Owners of America, NRA, or any group that's going to protect your right nationally. And then your state groups, join your state organization or any pro-gun group in your state, and support legislators that support your beliefs in guns, and then fight like crazy to get the anti-gunners unelected. And thank you very much. Thank you, Alan Gottlieb. Thank you, Julianne, and thank everybody for being here, and I appreciate everybody. Bye-bye.
Folks, I want to mention one thing. When the left gets together, they tend to concentrate on the 80 or 90% of the bills they agree on. When the right gets together, we too much tend to concentrate on the 10 or 20% that we do not agree on. Folks, we need coalitions. If we don't change that, they are going to win. Americans for Prosperity, I work closely with them. I only agree with them on probably 80 or 90%, but Michael Morrison, their local guy, and I work closely together on the issues we agree on, and that's how you get things done. Thanks again. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doug Ritter, who is the president chairman of Knife Rights, and the Knife Rights actually very much is the second front in the defense of the Second Amendment. We forget that the right, it says the right to keep and bear arms, and that encompasses a lot of things. Doug?
Thank you, Julianne. You sort of took away the first couple paragraphs of my speech, so we'll save a few minutes here. So I love coming to GRPC, but imagine my surprise when I walk in and there's a table with buttons that say, "Don't bring a knife to a gunfight." And I'm the knife guy. I'm the knife rights guy. You know, the button. And apparently the microphone disagrees. Hello? So I made my own button. It says, "Bring a knife to a gunfight." We are the second front in the defense of the Second Amendment. With 45 bills repealing knife bans in 28 states and over 175 cities, with a federal statute amended, and numerous Second Amendment court victories, nobody can argue that we are the second front. But we don't do it alone. We do it with your help. We do it with the state advocacy groups. We do it with the national advocacy groups. We are all in this fight against the tyrants together. Our fight changed a lot with the Bruen decision. For the first time, we are in a position to go after knife laws and knife bans in cities and states where we are unlikely to ever be successful legislatively. Even though we are the only Second Amendment organization that every time gets support from the left, we are not going to be able to fix some states legislatively. But because of Bruen, because of that decision, we can now litigate and have a really good chance of winning. Because knives are arms. And Bruen is all about arms, not just firearms. And we're winning. John Dillon, who I think is here, is our attorney in a whole number of lawsuits that we have filed. And one of the very first that we filed was against the city of Philadelphia, where you were unable to legally carry any knife in the city of Philadelphia. Any knife. Not any Pacific kinds. It wasn't a switchblade. Any knife. Little classic Swiss Army knife, illegal to carry. Did they arrest a lot of people? No, but if some cop is in a bad mood, that's what gets them. They rolled over immediately. We won one of the first post-Bruen lawsuits without hardly having to fight it. And they paid us $10,000 for our trouble. That win was closely followed by a win recently in the Ninth Circuit in Teeter versus Lopez. Congratulations to Alan Beck and Steve Samboli on a really strong case that started out pre-Bruen, ended up with a terrible decision out of Hawaii. Then Bruen happened, they're at the Ninth Circuit, and they got the perfect panel. A Bush appointee, two Trump appointees, wrote one of the very best woulda, coulda, shoulda decisions that we could ever want. Straightforward, to the point. You can't ban butterfly knives, and basically, you can't ban any arms. Now, Hawaii, not unexpectedly, has asked for a rehearing en banc. But we have this wonderful decision about arms that's all about knives. And we have been supporting that case with amicus briefs, and we will continue. We have a number of other state briefs, complaints ready to file, which will be done shortly. And we are taking on the 1958 Federal Switchblade Act. We're filed in the Fifth Circuit. There is so much wrong with the 1958 Federal Switchblade Act, but it is another perfect vehicle to go after the restriction on arms. Are they common? Well, we have Senate testimony when they passed it that over 1.2 million automatic knives, switchblade knives, were being sold every year. I think those are common. And we have the Justice Department saying this is a bad idea because people use these knives for all kinds of things, and it's not anyone's fault that a criminal misuses it. I mean, that's the Justice Department is making our case for us. You know, is it going to be easy? No. But a win in that kind of case is a win for the entire Second Amendment because knives are arms. That's not to say that we are giving up on our legislative advocacy. As you heard, some great wins in Virginia with the switchblades. We'll be back. We appreciate that. Great win in Louisiana. You can carry switchblades concealed now. Great win in Florida and Nebraska. We are continuing to work legislatively, and we are continuing to win as we peel back the restrictions on knives, which are arms. All of this is about kicking butt for the Second Amendment. That's what we do. Because, what? All knives matter. And now the part you've been waiting for, we will give away the switchblade that so many of you kindly and generously donated to win. Is Everett Baudron in the room? Nope. Okay, well, we'll get hold of him. Thank you guys for all your support. I love coming here. Thank you for SAFE for sponsoring this. Go out there and kick butt for the Second Amendment. This is what it's all about. Thank you.
Okay. We have two of the stalwarts, or the two stalwarts, of Right to Keep and Bear Arms journalism. Dave Workman, who's editor of thegunmag.com and communications director for CCR-KBA and SAF, and Dean Weingarten, who writes for AmmoLand and tons of other places. That's Ivy, my apologies. And Dave is retiring, and well, yeah, maybe, just a little bit. No, he said maybe. But I just want to, you guys to just talk and why you started it and how you started it. And I'm really interested because you probably both started with manual typewriters. And just, talk about how journalism and how this has changed. Or anything else you want to talk about?
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I got started in journalism back in, early in the last century. And I went to junior college in Tacoma, didn't really know what I wanted to do. Walked into the newspaper office, found out what I wanted to do. It was an interesting experience. I had to learn a lot. I've discovered well early into my career that journalism isn't about me, it's about you. I've said this before, and I've offered this advice to young journalists getting into the field. There's no room for the term I in any news story. Nobody cares what you think. They want to know what happened. I carried this on into my career. I spent 7 years at a little weekly newspaper where I learned the ropes, made some of the mistakes, won some awards. Then I got hired at Fishing and Hunting News. I spent 21 years there, became the senior editor, but I always kept my eye on news. People do like to know where to catch fish and kill game, believe it or not. And I got to entered into some political stuff there. There's a lot of politics going on with Fish and Wildlife. Of course, the gun issue was always part of that. I figured out early on that the gun control movement and the anti-hunting movement were linked pretty hard. Then I went to work for the Second Amendment Foundation and Gun Week 23 years ago, next month actually. It's been quite a roller coaster ride. I've been able to tell the facts about stuff that the other newspapers and the other news agencies weren't. I've done some investigative journalism regarding the failures of gun control in the state of Washington. Phil Fortunato, who was here earlier, he knows all about those. Ever since they've adopted strict gun control in Washington, the number of murders has gone up, not down. And in Seattle, they adopted a Chicago-style tax on guns and ammunition. The number of murders in Seattle has more than doubled in the last 7 years since they adopted that. It's ridiculous. But I think the best way to sum up what I do is maybe what I do the best, which is make the other side cringe a little bit. There was a guy, I think it was, Moss, you probably know this, Anthony Martin, who was the farmer in England who shot and killed the burglar at his farm. See, in England, if you shoot and kill somebody in self-defense, they put you in prison. So I had this guy from the BBC call me when Mr. Martin got out of prison. Mr. Martin was actually part of the broadcast. And this guy, I think his name was Trevor or some silly name, he was asking me about shooting somebody who was breaking into your house and threatening your family. And I said, well, you know, over in the United States, we do have a right to self-defense over here. And he said, Dave Workman, you mean to say that you would murder me if I broke into your house? I mean, it was just like that. And I collected my thoughts for about a half a second. I said, well, no, where I live, that's not murder. That's more in the nature of a public service. The BBC has not invited me back for some reason, I don't know what. I like to trade space on AmmoLand because I write for them on the side, I guess. And one of the guys that I seem to trip over all the time is my colleague over here, Dean Weingarten. I'm going to throw this out to him because, you know, the BBC is probably on the phone right now.
Well, I have to say it's an honor to be up here with Dave Workman because he's been an inspiration to me in a lot of ways, particularly with his work ethic. He's just known for putting out enormous quantities of work, and that's inspired me to do more than I otherwise would. And I have a few thousand articles out there on the internet now, and a few printed pieces. I'd have to say I started back when I was in junior high school or so, when I said, wow, those people who write, they can do it from just about anywhere in the world and make a living at it. Well, I didn't get my first piece published until about 1980 in the American Rifleman. And then I had my career in the U.S. Army and Civil Service for research, development, testing, and evaluation, cut down my production quite a bit. But after I retired, I started going full bore. And the reason that I started writing really hard was I was so tired of reading articles where they never told me what I wanted to know. And that's where mainstream journalism is. They don't care about guns. They don't care that much about getting the facts right. And they seldom, if ever, dig into the details of a case. So I would do all of those things, and I think it's made me fairly popular. And my mantra in starting out was, tell the truth. Don't lie. And I try to link to everything that I can in my online articles to sources that can verify what I write. My standard of writing is, maybe it's not quite up to the journalistic standards of Dave here, who has a degree in journalism. My degrees are in science and engineering. So I look more to data and facts in a lot of things and do some analysis. And I'd have to say that one of my more popular series is about bears and pistols. And online you heard all these mythologies about how pistols are useless in defense against bears. You better file off that front sight, because it might be more painful if you had the front sight on when the bear takes it from you. But that was all mythology. When I started collecting actual data, and we have about 170 cases where pistols were used, all documented, all have a date, a place, a person, sometimes right down to a time, and a narrative about what happened. And we find the mythologies were wrong. Pistols are very effective in stopping attacks by bears. They're in the neighborhood of 98% effective. And what we find, although there are, well, they're called studies. There are papers published in essentially a wildlife advocacy journal, which claim that bear spray is more effective than firearms. Now, they don't actually claim that when you read the papers. They don't quite say that. But one paper says that bear spray is 98% effective. Well, what they don't tell you is that's 98% of the people who were hanging around when bear spray was used to maybe harass a bear didn't get injured. And then they look at firearms and they I would call it cherry-picked the data. They just say they were very selective in picking the data and left a lot of data out. And they won't tell you the incidents, and they won't provide you the date and times where they happened, so you have no way of knowing what actually happened in this paper. Now, they do tend to put out a lot of statistics, but I'll give you an example of the statistics I disagree with. In the paper, they had the 3 different types of North American bears: black bear, brown grizzly bear, and polar bear. They said bear spray was 100% effective against polar bears. That's based on 2 subadult polar bears who approached a truck that researchers were in, and they had bear spray. They sprayed the 2 polar bear subadults with bear spray, and they went away. And that, they said, makes bear spray 100% effective against polar bears. So when you have a sample that small, it's insignificant. It gives you almost no real data. So I'm intent on data, on reality, and on telling people, particularly in the gun culture, the information and details they want to know about incidents that are otherwise not covered in the mainstream media. And I'm very pleased to be up here with Dave who's been an inspiration, and all this rumor about retiring, yeah, maybe, kind of, sort of. We'll see. I want to see what happens, a year from now. Maybe he'll only cut his production down by 50%. Thank you all. And it's a wonderful audience to have. All right.
I take lots for safety.
Yeah, I like it. Maybe we'll get it on and we'll take a picture. Okay. You know, we're someplace known as twins. You see the likeness?
Alan Gottlieb in the room.
It's on.
I'm just waiting for Alan to come so we can close. I don't sing, I don't dance, so we're just going to have to sit here in silence for a couple of minutes.
Last I saw him, there was some business that needed to happen with Ivy, so, but that was a while ago.
Oh, no. Go back.
Oh, there.
Oh, okay. So, in 2000, just bringing up a story, in 2008.
Mike is on unless you shut it off. Is it glowing?
This is sort of shades the past. In 2008, we had gun rights policy conference here in Phoenix. It was at the Sheridan Crescent that burned down. Surprisingly, it didn't burn down before. But we had our dog, Winston, with us, and we had Winston, we thought, under control. When Alan came in at this point to close the conference, Winston decided that he was just going to walk up on stage with him, and he just went up the stairs behind Alan, and that was it. And so Winston has become somewhat notorious, famous, whatever, at GRPCs. Unfortunately, Winston wasn't able, he almost made this one, but he didn't. This is Winston IV, and we call him Ivy, and it looks like he's going to come up here with Alan. So Adam and Alan, come and close.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Adam Kraut. I'm the executive director here at the Second Amendment Foundation. Just wanted to thank you all for joining us this weekend. Hopefully you guys learned something. The event, as you well know, does cost us a lot of money to put on every year, and we are hoping that you got your money's worth out of it. It's our goal to provide you with as much education packed into 2 days as possible, and we're hoping we did just that. So I'm going to give it to Alan Gottlieb, the founder of the Second Amendment Foundation, and let him say goodbye to all of you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you for partnering with the Second Amendment Foundation and being the next lead for the organization and making us grow bigger and better and stronger and do more than we've ever done before. I think you're going to see a lot more coming out of the foundation in future years. And the timing is just really perfect with some new, younger leadership and some other gun organizations in a state of decline, the state of attack on us being greater. Everything is coming together just at the right time to really blow the windows out and get a lot bigger and a lot stronger, a lot of which is all because of you. You guys are the Gun Rights Policy Conference. You guys are the boots on the ground that make it all work for us. I, of course, have to spend a lot of my time raising the funds for the organization, and so I always care a lot about how they get spent. And you've been one of the best audiences I think we've had at GRPCs. And I think the money was very, very well spent. And thank you all for making this conference one of the most successful ones. Go home, travel safe, and we'll see you next year.